How y'all doing? Oh, there I am. I already have a very big mouth, so I don't know if microphones are always necessary. But welcome back from lunch. I hope you all enjoyed it. You are now in the banjo room for lightning talks, and you know how these goes. These are super quick, 15-minute presentations by some really brilliant presenters who are about to share with you a wealth of knowledge. We're going to get started in just a moment. I do, however, have a minor favor to ask, if y'all don't mind. We'd love to have you just move in as much as possible towards the center, because other people are going to be wanting to get into this room. They're going to be coming in on the sides, most likely, so we want to fill in.
This guy moved into the center right there.
You did great. Thank you. Well done. All of you in the ends, if you could just kind of squish in, that would be greatly appreciated. We need to make sure we have enough room available for anyone else who wants to come. So thank you. I should also introduce myself really quickly because you're stuck with me for the afternoon. My name is Jody Riccelli. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm coming from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is my fourth WordCamp US. I was in Philadelphia the first 2 years, if any of you were there. It was a great time, right? How about those stuffed wapus? That was one of my tasks. I'm really proud of them. Anyway, let's get started. First up for you is Kelly McCausey. Kelly's going to be talking about curating content to serve your community.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, guys. I'm so excited to talk about this. This is one of my favorite subjects ever. I'm all about content and community, because you want to publish content you're proud of for a community you love. And the name of my business is Love People and Make Money, which is not as dirty as it sounds. I promise. It's all about content marketing and community building. So I want to talk about intentional content curation. And the fun thing is you already curate. I hate it when speakers ask people to raise their hands. But if you want to raise your hands, you can. Have you liked something on social media lately? Have you shared something on social media lately? Have you added an opinion about something on social media lately? Then you already curate. So we're already halfway there. Now let's just be more intentional about it. Because I'm a blogger, podcaster. Blogging and podcasting changed my life. Back in 2002, I was a broke single mom. I was so broke. The first website I started, I bought from a reseller who went out of business and left me with no website, and I had to be rescued. And so I know everything about how much it can suck to try to start a website. Blogging and podcasting changed my life. I just started to share content with my community. I started Work at Home Moms Talk Radio in 2003. It was an internet radio show because podcasting hadn't been invented yet. But the second that podcasting was invented, I was a podcast. And my rule was to assume that I was the source for work-at-home moms. There were a lot of work-at-home mom websites out there. There were a lot of crap out there, a lot of scumbags sharing schemes of ways to make money online that were screwing over families and causing problems. I decided I was going to be the source that would tell them what did work and what didn't work. I was gonna be an amazing resource, and I was. I set out to do it, and I was. It totally set me free from debt and the day job. I quit my job. I got out of debt. I quit my job in 2006, never looked back. I'm not a work-at-home mom anymore. My son's 28, and I have a grandbaby who's turning 3. So I'm not Work-at-Home Moms Talk anymore, but I am Love People and Make Money, because that's what it all comes down to. So you know you already curate. I want you to start curating content on your own site, on your own blog. When you see something out there in the world and you go, wow, that's cool, I want to share it with somebody, I just want you to stop and take 5 or 10 minutes to intentionally curate it on your own website instead of just clicking like and share. So that's what I want to talk to you about and tell you how to do. So the first step is you're going to start monitoring content creators that you dig. How many people are here today because somebody else is here who you dig? Like, they're smart. You know, you love their stuff. You love when they share blog posts and they write emails and they do videos. You pay attention to everything that they do. How often do you see something that they've done and thought, oh, I want to share this with my people? And I want to tell them why it's cool. We do it all the time. I want you to monitor content creators that you dig. I use Feedly to subscribe to the blogs and such that I love. I also use iTunes to subscribe to podcasts, and I use Facebook. I create lists to follow friends who have specialty knowledge on Facebook. Monitor them. You're going to select and share what matters most. There's a lot of information flying at us all the time on social media and on the internet. Social media is on the internet. There's so much happening all the time. Choose what matters most, like what really has a tangible purpose for your people, and choose that to curate. And here's the 5 quick steps that you're going to follow. You find an item of content on somebody's blog that you like. I want you to go to your website, start a blog post. I want you to go to their website, grab the golden nugget quote. Don't go overboard. Don't quote the whole thing. Don't plunder their blog. Just take a quote, a paragraph or 2, a golden nugget. Then, in addition to that quote, add why you think it's important. I got in the practice of interpreting internet marketing information for work-at-home moms who didn't have marketing backgrounds. I would share a great item of content with them. I would say, this is what you need to know about copywriting. And here's why copywriting is important to us. So quote them, add what makes it valuable for your people. Link to the source. Duh. Don't just quote them and say, you know, Tim said this cool thing. Link back and invite them to go back and read the whole item of content. Link to them with good anchor text. Be a pal. If the blog post was about great SEO for real estate agents, link to them with the anchor text, great SEO information for real estate agents. They'll thank you for it. Give them that link and then tag the content. I always tag proper names. I always tag brand names. I always tag major themes of the content, like search engine optimization tips, and then publish it. Now, simple. Now go share it. What I just described, those first 4 steps, it will take you no more than 5 minutes to do. Just open up the post, grab the quote, add the thought, tag it, publish, boom. You've only taken a few extra minutes. Now share it. You would have just liked it and shared it on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, but now you're sharing the link to the curated content on your own website. This is important. The final step, I said there was 5 quick steps, there's a bonus. Now go tell the person you curated them. If you just curated someone who you admire, go back to them, leave a comment and say, what you said was so amazing. I wanted to share it with my people. I help bloggers, podcasters, authors, consultants. I shared it with them. Just wanted you to know. Thanks for sharing great information. I'm just letting them know I did it. Because let me tell you, this is an incredible relationship builder. If there are people you admire in your niche and you're wondering, how am I going to get them to know who I am? Curate them. Start with simple blog posts, and after you've done a few, reach out to them and say, my people love you so much, now can I interview you? And they're so much more likely to say yes than if they've never heard of you before. Guys, this is how I've built a business that makes me a lot of money and gives me a lot of freedom to do what I want. Because it's all about creating great content, and it's all about having great communities, being a source to that community. The payoff for this, you say, well, if I'm just sharing it, how is it worth it? It's so much easier to just click share on Facebook. So if I find something cool on Facebook and I share it, and you click on it, do you remember who shared it with you? When you share it later, Do you say, Kelly McCausey introduced me to this cool resource, or do you say, I found this cool resource on Facebook? I think if we started to count up the things that come out of our mouths, I found this cool thing on Facebook, probably adds up into the hundreds. I don't want people to say they found the cool thing on Facebook. I want them to say, Kelly McCausey put me in touch with this person. I met her through Kelly McCausey. And it happens. I have this wide-ranging web of relationships that create new possibilities for me all the time because of curation. And it's so simple, it's so easy, it's so fast, it's outsourceable. I monitor content on Feedly, tag it, curate, my VA picks it up and curates it for me. Boom, done. This time of year, your content starts to suffer because we're busy. We just had Thanksgiving, we've got Christmas, there's so much to do. Who's got time to publish new content? Everyone's got 5 minutes to curate something. You don't want your clients, your potential clients and partners coming to your website and seeing a dead site. If you're curating, they're seeing something fresh, something new, and that's what I want. Share it on social media, email it, put it in your newsletters. You're always wondering, what could I use as an excuse to communicate with my clients? Share something you just curated. Here's 5 cool things I found this last week that I think you need to know about the internets. Share it with them. It's so awesome. So I am from Let People Make Money. If you want to know more about content curation, I run a 5-day curation challenge, and I'm doing one this month. If you text the word curate to the number 44222, text the word curate to number 44222, you can send me your email to get registered for that class. I won't add you to a marketing list. You will only ever get a couple emails about the challenge, and that's it. Because I'm not that kind of a slimy marketer. I love people. So that's it. That's all I got to share. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Really quickly, as some people are funneling in, I also want to just give a huge shout out to all the organizers and volunteers who have put together this event again this year, because it's been fantastic. So thank you, Nashville. All right, next up. You ready? We have Jason Ball. Jason is going to be talking about Gutenberg, GraphQL, and government. The building blocks. There you go.
So let's see. All right, can you hear me okay? All right. Oh. Where's my slides? Do I have to do something to get the slides to show up? Hello? Yeah, they're here. No. Slides aren't showing up.
Interesting. Dance. Let's mirror the display.
Cool.
Sorry.
That works. Thank you. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm talking about Gutenberg, GraphQL, and government. Anybody heard of Gutenberg by chance? All right. So, yeah, who am I? I'm a senior WordPress engineer at Digital First Media in Denver. Denver native, been there my whole life. WordPress developer now for about a decade, full-time. love WordPress, open source in general. I created and maintain a WordPress plugin, WP GraphQL, which is part of what I'm talking about today. Free and open source if you want to check it out. So back in February, I worked for about 3 months, February through May, on a government project. I'm not going to talk about the particular government agency, but it's a government project that was moving to WordPress. And at the time, Gutenberg was tentatively going to launch in April of this year. So we're like, let's go all in on Gutenberg. Let's build the site on Gutenberg so that they're prepared for the future. So first thing we tackled was the home page. And I want to talk a little bit about that. So we used, Gutenberg has a feature called block templates where you can lock templates. So you could build blocks, create a template, lock it so that users can't drag and drop the blocks. It's just fixed to what you want it to be. So this example, we had like a homepage hero block where they could edit in Gutenberg, but they couldn't drag it and drop it around. It was always the first block. Then we had a recent news block where they could curate news or just have it pull recent news from the post. And then a leadership block where they could highlight leadership of the government agency. So I want to look at just the home page, so you could go do this for your own Gutenberg sites if you wanted to. So this is an example of WYSIWYG. In Gutenberg you can edit. It looks like what you're working on. And here's the code to do that if you wanted to do it. So on this back in the PHP side of your WordPress theme or plugin, you had a filter, allowed block types. This tells Gutenberg what block types to allow on the given template. So in our case, we're going to filter if the template is home.php, only allowed these few block types. So in our case, we had homepage hero, curated posts, curated staff. And then you set this property template lock all, and Gutenberg is going to treat it as if it's locked so the user can't drag and drop around. So you can create these fixed templates. So I know there's a lot of hesitation on Gutenberg. Well, maybe people have too much control. So you can kind of take some of that away if you want to. So that's one way to do it. I want to look at one small block. This is just a prototype of a block that I built for a production site, for the government site. This is just an example of it. It's not the real one. So we had this curated post block where they could either toggle between recent posts and it would just auto pull in 3 recent posts, or they could search for specific posts, curate them in. There's 100 ways to do it. This is one approach. So over on the right side, you'll notice the block inspector has 3 fields. So here, we'll go ahead and add the curated post block. On the right side, I can search for posts, select one, and in real time, you'll see it updates so I can preview what this post is going to be. So I just want to walk through how to build a block like this. And one approach that I took for it. So this first part, we have this is called the inspector in Gutenberg. You have these inspector controls. And what's happening behind the scenes, you have a block that has these attributes. It's a JavaScript block. This block is going to make an HTTP request to talk to WordPress to get some sort of information. In our case, we're searching for posts. And in response, we want posts to populate the list of potential posts to select. In my case, I'm using plugin WP GraphQL. So the block makes a GraphQL request to WordPress, says, hey, I want a list of results of posts matching the keyword that I typed in so that I can populate this select box. GraphQL is obviously, or WP GraphQL is a WordPress plugin, so it's PHP, uses PHP to execute against MySQL, right? Gets you your data, sends it back up to your block, and then Gutenberg has a concept on the block level called set attributes. So I can take the IDs of these posts that I'm selecting in the post picker and set the IDs on my block. And then in real time, my block can re-render those results. So this is an example of a GraphQL query to search posts if you're using WP GraphQL. So I can nice thing about GraphQL is it's very declarative. You say up front what you want and you'll get a response exactly what you want back. So here I can say I want to search posts and I have a variable called keyword that's a string. That's what I'm going to expect as the user types. As they're typing, I send this request. It uses what they've typed as that variable. And then in response, I want the ID of the post, the title of the post, and the date of the post. you can see as I'm typing in the preview, what is being rendered is the title and the date. So those are the attributes I need back. So I can specify with GraphQL the specific attributes I want back, I get it, and then I can render it in my component. This is a tool called Graphiql that you can use to debug things with GraphQL. You could test your queries, test mutations, things like that. So GraphQL is similar to REST in that you send a HTTP request to WordPress and you get a JSON response back. Big difference is you specify very explicitly up front what you want to have returned. It's not implicit where you just hit an endpoint and get something back. So this is an example of that in action. So I can take this query that specifies what I want from my component. I can go to this tool, test it, make sure it's behaving the way I want it, and then I can go implement it. So then we have another query to render. As my content is changing from the post that I pick, I have another query that takes those post IDs, queries data back from WordPress so that I can render my blocks. So this query here takes those IDs that I set for my post picker, tells GraphQL, I want these as my variables, these 3 IDs or however many IDs are selected. I want to search for posts, and in this case I can set arguments in GraphQL. I say I want exactly 3 posts returned. And then I can filter my GraphQL request. I want post where it matches these IDs that I passed, and I want it ordered by those IDs in ascending order. And in response, I'm going to get that data and I can render those posts. You'll see this is this ... post fields. That's called the fragment of a query. In React or Vue or component-based development, this allows you to write fragments of data that you want from the API and couple it with your component itself. So in this case, we have a post card, a card component that renders the post. We have a couple pieces of data we need to render to that component, such as the featured image source URL, the title of the post, the excerpt, and the link of the post. And so when we're building our component, we can specify our data dependencies at the same level as our markup that renders the data. So you don't have to have this like spaghetti code of like trying to figure out in one part of your application how to get the data, how to wire it up together, and then prepare it for your component. You can specify right at the component level, here's what I want. And then as your application grows, let's say we added a new field that we wanted, you can just add it right here to your GraphQL fragment, and then you don't have to like search your app and figure out where all this logic to fetch data lives. So we can take a look. If we're building this component with a fragment, we need the source URL for a featured image. So now we can render it because we have that data. We need the title and the excerpt, and then we need the link. So GraphQL is going to respond with just that set of data. It's not going to send us the whole post object. It's not going to send us the whole media item object. It's just going to send us these fields that we asked for. If you have multiple of the same block, or even multiple different blocks, GraphQL is this concept of query batching. So where with REST you're going to hit endpoint and endpoint and endpoint, you can't really hit like 7 endpoints with one request, easily that I know of at least. With GraphQL you can send an array of requests and make one HTTP request and get one HTTP response as an array back. So in this case, I have 2 blocks that say, hey, I want to get these curated posts so I can render them. And if we look at the actual request, it's 1 HTTP request, 1 response, 2 different queries, and then my client, my React application can take that data and render it. I think I'm about out of time, so I've got some links to resources, WP GraphQL website, the tool WP Graphiql. I used a client tool called Apollo Client, which is a client that talks to GraphQL. GraphQL.org is the main GraphQL spec website. GraphQL is a spec that's been implemented in PHP, Java, Scala, JavaScript, like anything you can think of pretty much. And then for my examples, I use Create Guten Block. I'll also tweet out later, I'll put a repo for the actual block plugin on GitHub under my name, Jason Ball. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jason. That was great. I have to look up this Gutenberg thing. That's my only bad Gutenberg joke of the day, I promise. All right, next up, we have Adam Silver talking about the proper care, growth, and feeding of your WordPress website in 2019 and beyond.
Give me a second here, because of course there's I don't want to do Kelly's talk again. That was awesome, by the way. I love people, I like to make money. So if you missed her talk, oh well. So where's mine? Here's mine. Got it. Yep, I saw. Oh. No. See quickly. Quickly. Oh, they can't hear us.
You turned it off.
I didn't do it.
They can hear us.
Okay, I know.
Okay, you're good.
No one's listening. We can test this theory. Since we're in Nashville, and this is kind of a tradition that I do when I speak at WordCamps, I'll go with, that's all I got. Okay, I'm out. I do travel with the harmonica because why not? It's so small. All right, we have a clicker. The clicker work? Sweet. Hi. Oh, hit play. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. Now I'm out. Okay. Quick survey. How many people have a website? Okay, other way around. How many people have no website? No judgment. No, I'm kidding. It's totally fine. My dad has no website. He's 88 years old. He'll never have one. So it's fine. Last time you updated a website, Gutenberg aside, let's say this week didn't happen. When's the last time you actually updated your site? I should stand here, shouldn't I? I'm sorry. Not. And hello to the stream, by the way. Hi, everybody. All right, so how often do you really back up your site and update it? Anyone do it consistently besides me? Okay, people do. Cool. Those who don't, total shame. No, I'm kidding. It's okay. All right. So I just wanted that information because I just needed some information from you for later. And your mother's maiden name, send those in, please. And just last four syllables. All right. So the old way of websites were this: static, HTML, tables and frames. Who remembers tables and frames? Right? Who still uses them? Right, it's always, yeah. Of course, oh, yes, you do, Mr. I saw you, Anthony. And truly custom coded. It was like every site was custom coded, hard coded. And this still does actually happen, not in a good way sometimes. It's unfortunate. And this was the old sites. Remember this one? Right? That was awesome. Here's one more. Who remembers Ask Jeeves? Right? Who does not remember Ask Jeeves? You're under 20, right? Okay. New websites, of course, they are CMS database driven. We all know what CMS stands for, I really hope by now. If you don't, also no judgment. Okay, optimized for speed, and they're easily updated and maintained. I say easily because easy is a relative term. What's easy for you may not be easy for my father. I use him because he's old and not here. All right. And of course, new sites. This is a WordPress site. It's a Sweden website. Here's one also in WordPress, really pretty. A lot of use of white space, empty space, called canyoustartyesterday.com. It's a fabulous site. Full disclosure, it's one of mine. All right. All right. So just to we're going to get to what the things are in a second here. The big stats. 86% of the U.S. population uses the internet. Not the biggest in the world. We are not the biggest by far. 40% of the global internet uses 1 billion people have bought goods online. 65% of web usage is now mobile, right? How many people bought something in the last week on their device, on a mobile device? I did. Black Friday, Cyber Monday, I am so broke. It sucked. But I got some great deals, I'm going to tell you. My wife has no idea. Well, unless she's watching this right now. This is a problem. All right. Local stats. Local being just kind of local to areas in general, not my local, not your local, but just kind of a local version of things. 85% of consumers use internet to find local businesses. Okay, here's a survey for you, a question. How many people remember the Yellow Pages? Right? How many people never heard of the Yellow Pages? Don't lie. Oh, well, okay. We have an older audience. That's okay. Cool. Surprising. 35% of people read stats and reviews to make a purchase. And again, 65%, I put that in there twice, sorry, my bad. Okay, so what is the proper care, feeding, and growth? What's this kind of break down to? So a couple of things: design and functionality, content, and engagement. Okay, content, Kelly's was awesome. Content's key, right? It really is, it's important. Design's important too. How many designers in the house? Okay. I love you guys. How many actual developers? Mostly like you guys. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so the care, design and functionality. Is it mobile ready? Number one thing, April 21st, 2015, Google made it so mobile got higher rankings, right? I believe that's the correct date in that time frame. You want to be mobile ready. It really is important. Design for mobile first, potentially, right? SEO, super important. A moving target. I am not an SEO expert. I tell people, hire someone smarter than me, or hire someone smarter than yourself. If you don't do SEO, sub it out. And then functionality. Make sure you're using the right tools for the right service for what you do. Recently came across a client who has e-commerce. They're running Woo for a jewelry store, but they don't sell online. Right, what? Someone said what? Who said what? I want to give you something. Thank you. That's all I'm going to give you. So, that's all you got. That's all I got. So they use Woo because the previous developer installed Woo because they wanted to have a saved list form that you could print out, go to the jewelry store to say, this is what I want to see. The problem is they now have 14,000 lists that are never used or printed out, and a ton of spam and link bait because of the way Woo system is set up. There's literally no authentication that these accounts are real or not. So use the right thing. If you sell something online, then use Woo. If you don't sell, don't use Woo, or don't do that. Don't do e-commerce online if you don't need e-commerce. There are better solutions here. All right. Content, feeding, you want to feed it. Content, fresh and in which format? Fresh means consistently new and updated. Evergreen's great, but you want to keep people coming back. The format's important here. I am not a blogger. I, like Kelly, am a podcaster. I have 2 podcasts. We'll get to that at the end of this, the last slide. Do you write? Great, then blog. You want to hear your voice? Great, then podcast. You're showing how to do something? Then do video, okay? Make sure you have the right format for your audience. Make it relevant. Don't talk about Laravel, I don't know where that came from, if you're talking about CSS. It may not make sense, okay? And actionable. When you have content, make it actionable. Someone can do something with that day. Answer and help their questions. And you will get further in life if you help other people get further with their life, right? It's a famous quote. I totally butchered it. It's fine. Customer engagement, growth, social media, owning and renting tools. Tools is the wrong place for this, but social media, fantastic. Who uses Twitter, Snapchat, LinkedIn, all those social media? Fantastic places to go to get people to come back to your site. You want to own the engagement. At any time, any day, Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, they might turn things off, and you don't have the engagement. I'd rather have a list of 50 people who I know want my information versus 500 likes. Likes don't matter anymore, right? It feels good. Ooh, someone liked my post. But I want their email address, honestly. Okay. Owning, renting, that's that whole concept, right? Hub and spoke. Make sure people come back to your site. Okay. So now the growth. This is always important. People say, how do I grow my engagement? How do I grow my site and my business? So I had the epiphany a little over a year ago. Moved from California to North Carolina. Anyone here from California besides me? A couple of people. Anyone still live there? Okay. Why? No, I'm joking. I'm kidding. No, it's okay. I'm native Californian. I'm a Laker fan through and through. Dodger fan as well. Kind of sucks. Not a LeBron fan. No, it's okay. Ooh, I know. I live in North Carolina now. And I learned a year ago business was okay, but I had some of my friends, competitors, were all friendly in this business, doing really well, and I was not. I'm like, what's the difference? It's the tools. And number one tool they use is a CRM. Anyone use a CRM? Anyone never heard of this term before? Customer Relational Manager, right? CRM's it's massively important. Use a CRM. I won't tell you which one I'm using right now. If you want to ask after, you can. The key is it helps me track things. Everything gets into my CRM. My old way of biz dev was this, total shotgun approach. I would email, warm or cold lead, let's say, the person, BCC my Trello board. So a copy of my email would go to my Trello board. And that was it. So if someone contacted me, I could go back and see what I sent. Not the best way of doing business. So 1 in 50 would get back to me. Really bad odds. Now I get much more engagement because I follow up with a CRM. You can track things. This is really small, I'm so sorry. 81% of people, what's that say? It says track everything. So I track everything. Everything gets a value in my CRM, and I follow up consistently all the time. Okay. Next tool, email marketing. Who believes this does not work? Oh, good. Or you're lying to me. Email marketing works. It does. It's annoying to some extent. You can take advantage of people, but don't. But email marketing works. Lead magnets work. Drip campaigns work. If you have the right audience, if you have the right content. Okay. And then finally here, exit intent. I love this one. When someone leaves your website, before they leave, you can say, hey, one last thing, right? It's fabulous. I honestly love exit intent. I mean, I don't want them to leave my site, but I have one more shot at it, okay? And then, ooh, fancy transition. I don't know where that came from. Last but not least, abandoned carts. How many people do sell something online in this room? Actually have a shopping cart system that they make sense. We lose so much. 78% people will leave the cart empty. They'll put something in the cart and they leave. I do it every day on Amazon. I say, yeah, I'll save this for later. And I go back and look and want to see what's going on. But I do come back sometimes where I just save it as a list later. But 78% of people put something in, and because we have 72 tabs open in Chrome, right? Oh, it's not just me. So happy to hear that laugh. Good. Whew, it's not good. My fan kicks in. It's just weird. So, abandoned carts. I use a service now to save that. People then come back because you can actually have a campaign for abandoned carts. All right. So that, in a nutshell, is the growth, right? So to repeat, we want to have the right content, have the right services, and have the right ways to engage. Okay. John F. Kennedy said this: "There are risks and costs to action, but there are far less than the long-range risks of comfortable inaction." Huge believer in this. You have to take action, and with that, you will see results. You will grow your business. You will grow your environment, your engagement of customers, and your site in WordPress 2019 and beyond. And Q&A, if you have any questions. But before that, this is really about me real quick. I'm Adam, by the way. So I have 2 brands, well, 3. Concierge WP, it's my agency. Kitchen Sink is my podcast. So I do have a weekly podcast. And that's where I give back every Monday for the past 249 weeks in a row. I don't miss, ever. Okay, I make sure I knock on wood there. I'm actually looking for 2 people to interview tomorrow. Brand new WordCampers. If you've never been to WordCamp, come find me. And also the Get Options podcast, another show as well. So that's how you can find me online. If you have questions about the tools I actually use, I'm not trying to sell you anything. I just want you to take action and do things consistently. And I do have, if you want to know the one secret, that's what it is. The secret to growth is consistent action every day. Okay, that's all I got. Thanks. Anybody have any questions? Is there a break right now? I have 6 minutes. Oh, cool. So I can do more harmonica. I won't. Or any questions at all? As I choke on water. My CRM of choice. I'll tell you what I did. I asked my 3 friends. The ones that were given to me were HubSpot, Agile CRM, and Pipedrive. And HubSpot's free. They have a free level. But once you want more things, the price goes up really quick. Agile was fabulous, just way too much there for me, so I went with Pipedrive. Love it. It's a fabulous, there's a free 30-day trial, I think, so. You have to give it time, though. You have to put in the, 2, 3, 4 weeks of trying it and releasing it. You can't just fix it in one day. So, there you go. All right, I'm out.
I'm going to co-sign that CRM thing big time. The CRM, I do business development, so it's what I literally live and die by. Yep. You all have 15 minutes to take a break. We'll regroup for our next presentation at 2:30, but I urge you to come a little bit earlier because this is going to be a popular one, so you want to make sure that you get a seat. So, see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to get started. Guess what I'm going to ask you all to do? Squish into the center as much as you possibly can. If you all don't mind just moving into the center of the room, those people, for the folks on the end, because these two doors are being used to allow new people to come in. We just want them to be able to funnel down onto the sides. So the more that we can have moved towards the center, the better that would be. And I would greatly appreciate it. And if not, Tessa's going to come around and start tapping people to move them. So, and she has on a naughty and nice sweater, so I'm afraid of her today. So I appreciate it. If y'all just don't mind, just moving as close to the center as possible. We have a really amazing speaker up next for you. I'm very happy to introduce Rian Retzfeld. I worked on that name as much as I possibly could to say it correctly, respectfully. She is a WordPress engineer who has worked enthusiastically with WordPress since 2009, has a very strong interest in web standards and making the web usable for everybody. She works as a senior accessibility consultant for the WordPress agency Level, and in her free time, you can find her gardening. So ladies and gentlemen, Rian.
Thank you. Okay. Who's afraid of ARIA? On the slides is Arya Stark from Game of Thrones, looking very frightening. Okay. I'm Rian Rietveld, almost. I'm a senior accessibility consultant at Level. And I'm also a teacher at the Level Academy, where I teach all stuff accessible. The slides are on slideshare.net /Rian Rietveld, and I've got a code pen made for this. That's on codepen.io/Rian Rietveld, because I'm going to give some live demo screen reader stuff. Wish me luck. Okay, in this talk, I'm going to explain what is ARIA, the first rule of ARIA, and if you are like me, I'm a developer and I like examples, copy, paste, tweak. So I've got 4 examples of how to use ARIA the right way. And after that, I will give you some good resources, so how you can start from there. So what does ARIA mean? WAI-ARIA. That's the official name. And WAI stands for Web Accessibility Initiative. That's a working group from the W3C. And ARIA stands for Accessible Rich Internet Application Suite. So it's actually ARIAS, whatever. And this is the definition. ARIA defines a way to make web content and web applications more accessible to people with disabilities. That's very broad. That's a very broad definition. But what it actually is, it's all about giving feedback. If you are blind, you cannot see the screen. So what's happening on the screen? What happens on a page? What does it mean? How can I interact? But, first rule of ARIA. Guess. Don't use ARIA. Okay. Now that sounds very contradictory, but it's not, and I will explain you why. Don't use ARIA to fix meaningless or incorrect HTML. If you say our accessibility is wonderful because we put ARIA on all the things, that's not the right approach. I will give you an example. Hamburger menus. This is a way to do a hamburger menu. About 50% of the developers think that. You have a div, you give it an ID, for example menu, to put a JavaScript on. You give it a name menu and div. It works for you, all the JavaScript is written and it works with the mouse, and then somebody tells you, oh, but it also has to be accessible, operatable with a keyboard. And you go testing. And a div is skipped. A div doesn't get keyboard focus. Okay, then you add a tab index is 0. Ah, it gets keyboard focus. But the JavaScript isn't fired. And then you throw in a bunch of ARIA. Row is button. ARIA pressed is true or false. And then it actually works. So you have to put all that extra stuff in. But actually, HTML5 has this wonderful element called button. So don't use this. This is wrong. Use a button, because then you get all functionality for free. This is right. Semantics gives you it all for free. Just always go for HTML5 first. Learn HTML5 deeply before you learn ARIA, before you learn JavaScript. Because that's what interacts with your browser. Your browser that's what interacts with your user. Your browser generates the HTML5. All your JavaScript, all your framework, all your PHP, what it does, it generates HTML5. So that must be correct. And that's what interacts with all the devices, and we get more and more devices interacting with your website. If you use good semantic HTML5, then it works. It's all about feedback, ARIA. What happens on a page? What does it mean? How can I interact? Okay, I will give you 4 examples how to use ARIA in a good way. And the first one is ARIA expanded. Is something open or is something closed? If you can see that a menu is open or closed. Or if you have an accordion that is open or closed. If you cannot see, it has to be announced to you. And that you do with ARIA expanded. And now there comes the demo. Wish me luck. Okay. Can you see the HTML, or must I enlarge it? Who cannot see it? It's good enough? But some bit larger? Okay, I have my glasses on, so I can hop. Yeah. Better? Yeah? Okay. So you have a button, and the button has the ARIA attribute, ARIA expanded, and it's set to false. Below that, there's a list, and the list is hidden, with the HTML5 hidden. You can use CSS, display none, whatever suits you best. Okay. And this is the JavaScript that belongs to it. You can all do that much better than me. I'm not a JavaScript programmer, but this is the basics. You have the toggle, and you have the list, and you set an on-click, and that listens if the list is open or closed, and it toggles. So, this is how it's done, and now I'll fire the command F5.
VoiceOver on Safari, Code Pen, ARIA.
Window. Frame 0.
Has keyboard focus.
Okay. Who used a screen reader before? Yeah, all 10 up. All 10, yeah, okay. Okay, this is VoiceOver. That's built in the Mac. And you can use it the best with Safari. It's a very simple screen reader, but it's very good for testing. So, if I could focus on the ARIA expanded. Ta-da.
List.
Collapsed button.
So now it announces it's a list, it's a collapsed, and it's a button. So if you interact with the button, something expands.
List.
Expanded button.
If I press it again.
List.
Collapsed button.
So this is very useful if you have, for example, a menu. If someone targets the button and it says collapsed, and you press the button and it's expanded, then the blind user knows, okay, if I tap further, I tap through the menu. If I choose not to open the button, I can tap further, for example, to the content. So it gives extra information of what you can see to someone who cannot see. So, this area expanded. If you want to,
List.
Expanded button.
okay, if I can read from here,
List.
Expanded button.
List 4 items.
Bullet 1, Bullet 2, Bullet 3, Bullet 4, visited link.
Back to home.
so you give the user control about what to read or not. Okay, I'll stop the screen reader.
Voiceover off.
Okay, back to area expanded. The next one is area live. Tell me what's changing. If you can see what's changing on a page. But if a page reloads, then you know, okay, something new is coming. But if you have a change without a page reload, for example, if you have search results, and you do a search, and dynamically you show the search results without a reload of the page. If you can see, you see, okay, new search results. But if you cannot see, it has to be announced to you. And that you do with Area Live. So, Area Live. Ta-da. For example, this is very brief. You have a submit button, and if you press it, it says changes saved successfully. You can see that. But a screen reader cannot announce it because it is not in the Area Live region. So you have to add an Area Live region. This is the Area Live. Can you see this? This is the button, submit button, and this is the Area Live region. It says Area Live Polite. You add that div, and then the screen reader listens if there are changes in that div. And you have two Area Lives. You have Area Live Polite, then the screen reader waits until you stop interacting. And you have Area Live Assertive. Then it's in your face immediately, for example, with severe errors. So how does that sound? I will reload the page. Okay, screen reader.
Voiceover on Safari. Code pen. Submit.
Button.
Okay.
Changes saved successfully.
Now, because of the Area Live, the screen reader announces changes saved successfully. So what should you announce? If there are new search results, don't announce all the new search results, because that's very annoying. You have to give the user control. But what you can do is, for example, there are new search results, or there are 24 new search results, or there are no search results, find another keyword, for example. So,
Edit text.
Aria live equals polite.
Content selected.
Voiceover off.
okay. Good. Area Live. And then in WordPress we have, thankfully, the JavaScript method WP-LE-Speak. That's built into Core, and you can use that. In the handbook, the accessibility handbook at WordPress.org, is completely written out how that is done. There is a link in the slides afterwards. I have a demo of that, and I can show you how it works. This is a demo by Sami Kayone. And what he did, there's a filter, and there's cities. You can select a city, and below that he shows, for example, contacts in that city. Okay, now, how does that work?
Voiceover on Safari. WordPress speaks. Menu.
Tick.
Kuorinka. Helsinki.
Okay, I'll select the contacts in Helsinki.
Helsinki.
Select city.
Pop-up button. Filtering contacts was successful.
Sami chose to have as message filtering contacts was successful. so you know there are new search results. What you do as message is up to you. You have to say, okay, I will place myself in the position of someone who's blind. What information should I give? You can give other information, like we have 3 contacts found, but you can also say filtering contact was successful. That's up to you. So, I will close the screen.
Voiceover off.
I will do an inspect of the code. I'll show you what happens. And now you have to say if you can read this. This div. Can you read this, or must I enlarge it? Can you see this? Yeah? Okay. So what the function does, the function does, it adds 2 divs on the bottom of your DOM, and it says a div, an area live is polite, and you have a div, area live is assertive. And then with the JavaScript method, you can actually fill that area live with what you want to announce. In this case, it's in the area live polite. It says filtering content was successful. And then because the screen reader listens to both divs, the assertive and the live, if there's a change in one of the divs, the screen reader will announce it. So that's area live. Okay. And WPA speaker. I will give in the resources a link to the handbook, and there's a full explanation on how to do this. Okay. Area label and the screen reader text class. What you hear is what you get. I will give you a short demo and then explain. These are 4 links. Are they large enough? Yeah? Okay. There is one without an area label. There is one with an area label, edit my awesome post. But beware, there's also one delete label, or delete link with edit my awesome post. And there's the last one that doesn't use area, but it uses CSS. Okay, I will let you hear it.
Voiceover on Safari, CodePen.
Link.
Edit.
Now, this is just normal. Edit. But if you cannot see, you maybe don't know what the edit is about. Maybe it's from the content in the layout that you know where the edit is from. But if you don't know that because you cannot see it, it's just an edit. So what you can do is overrule the link text with area label and give it an edit my awesome post, for example.
Link.
Edit my awesome post.
So it still shows as edit, but it announces for a screen reader as edit my awesome post. I will show you the code later. But beware, it overrules completely the link text.
Link.
Edit my awesome post.
See, you see, delete, but it announces something different. And now you can use CSS.
My awesome post edit.
And what do you notice? It's my awesome post edit. It's the other way around. And that's a Safari bug. Okay.
Voiceover off.
Okay, I'll show you the code. Blah, 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 blah. Area label. So, enlarge it. Can everybody see it? Yeah? Okay. The first one is just an A, normal, with the href, edit. And the second one, at the A, at the anchor, you add area label is, and then with the text, and it completely overrules. And the last one, area label, edit text, and it overrules the delete. But then there's also the screen reader text class. With the screen reader text class, this is a CSS, and it looks like this. Then you can hide something from vision, but you can let it announce for a screen reader. You make it very small. You give the height is 1 pixel, and also width is 1 pixel, because if it hasn't got a height, a screen reader doesn't announce it. Margin minus 1 pixel. Position absolute, and that's the reason why Safari mix-ups the order. and you give it a word wrap as normal. And word wrap as normal means if it's Safari sees it's a very small space, like 1 pixel, it's announcing the letters one by one. And if you do word wrap normal, then it announces it as normal words. And this is area live. So, this is how the screen reader text look like. You have an edit, and then you have a span with the class screen reader text, and then my awesome post. So, this is what is announced, the span, and the edit. And you only see the edit, but my awesome post is also announced. If you use area, a label, or you use the screen reader text class, is up to you. It's depending on your situation, but beware. If you have the position absolute, Safari mixes them up. It first says my awesome post and then edit. It's very annoying. The screen readers are not perfect. So that's the area label. And then the last example, area described by and area labeled by. How do I fill out this form? Oh, the demo, yeah. Okay. If you have, for example, let's blow it up, a form with a name and an input field, and you have some extra information below that. That's very common. Like, please give your first and last name. You want to add some extra information you want to give the user to fill out the form. But if you have a screen reader, you tap from focusable element to focusable element in a form. And then the extra information isn't announced. So they miss on vital information. How do you solve that? There are 2 different ways to solve that. With area labeled by, that replaces the label text, and area described by, that add content to another element. For example, you can add that to your input field. I will let it read.
Voiceover.
Name edit text.
Okay, I will start here. Ta-da.
D.
Yeah.
Selected.
Okay. Ta-da.
Please give your first and name.
Edit text.
Okay. Name, edit text. This is just normal. And the text below is not announced.
Please give your first and last name.
Edit text.
So now is the label replaced by please give your first and last name. And the last one, area described by.
Name.
Edit text.
Please give your first and last name.
Then it announces the label and it waits a bit and then announces the area described by. And how is that done?
Voiceover off.
Ta-da. Okay. So this is the first one. You have a label and a name, an input field. And we all know now, and everybody does this from now, if you have an input field, you also have to have a label. And the label is connected to the input field by the ID van the input field. So you have an input field with the ID, that's unique for the page, and a label with the 4 referring to the ID. That's the correct way to do it, because then it is announced properly. Okay, then you use label by. The text you have, you want to announce with the label, you give an ID. You give it an ID, description 1 in this case. And then with the label, you say area labeled by, and you refer to that ID. It works the same with area described by. You have a P with an ID, in this case description 2. And here in the input field, you add area described by, and then you add the ID from the message you want to announce. So there's 2 different ways you can do that. I will show you how it works again with the screen reader.
Voiceover on Safari. CodePen. Aria. Name.
Edit text.
Without.
Please give your first and last name.
Edit text.
Now it's replacing the label.
Name.
Edit text.
Please give your first and last name.
And now it's announced with the input field.
Voiceover off.
Okay. 4 examples. So this is to give extra information to people who cannot see. What's happening on a page? This is not to repair and to fix broken HTML5. Okay, I have resources. These are the specs, WAI area authority practices. They are rewriting the specs, and this is very good news because the specs were actually unreadable. But now they are giving examples, good practice, and more better text. So I'm really proud of that. They're really doing a good job at the WCAG and the W3C. So if you were burned out on the specs, and think this I cannot handle, please go back. And they really improved them. Then, accessibility team has done a lot of work to give good resources on the accessibility handbook on makewordpress.org. And we've got examples of area of good HTML5, about the CSS class, and there's also good documentation about the WLE Speak method. In the slides there are links to these pages. And then there is Inclusive Components by Hayden Pickering. And Hayden has done a lot of research with different screen readers, with different browsers, on how to make inclusive components, like how to do a tooltip, how to do a carousel, how to do a slider, how to do a to-do list. It's a book and a website. I would really recommend it. He is using HTML5 and CSS3 and adds ARIA to that. So if you want good examples, buy that book. And there's the DQ University. They have a website with free online area widgets and code examples. So read that, take advantage of that, because they also do excellent research. And if you want to study further, Mike Gifford has a GitHub repository with all kind of courses, free, paid, online, in-house. There's a wealth of different courses you can take. So if you want to study further, this is a good point to start. So I want to end my talk with a quote. Make it work before you make it nice. Thank you. Questions? That's the mics. I don't know.
I had so many questions, but a few that came on mind was, just a couple I'm going to ask you. Are all screen reader texts in English? Does anyone work to translate those?
You have to translate them. And there's, in the handbooks is a method on how to localize them.
Okay.
Because it's text. So the text must be also in the language you offer.
And my other question is, are screen readers the browsers of 5 years ago? Like, are they all different? It seems like every time we try to solve some issue, it'll work in two of the screen readers, but not in the other one.
Yes.
And how do you solve that problem as it?
No, not really. Actually, now I go from. Oh, I'm sorry. He's asking, are screen readers just like browsers from the past? Like they're all different? Yes, they are. So I actually choose a few to test with and disregard the rest. NVDA for Windows, JAWS for Windows, and VoiceOver for the Mac. And now you have a new one, a narrator for Edge, that can do a little bit stuff. It's not so sophisticated, but all the rest I just disregard because it's not doable otherwise. You have to make it, and also you have to VoiceOver. You have to test with Safari, because in Firefox VoiceOver announces nothing. And JAWS you have to do with, I think, Internet Explorer 11. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, you have to pick the right browser also with the right screen reader. And that's making life not very more difficult, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Can't give an easy answer on that, yeah.
I have a question over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have any suggestions on convincing a larger company to invest in ARIA and more accessibility on the websites?
Oh, Google is deaf and blind. And there's everything you do for SEO. For accessibility is good for SEO, because Google can index your page much better if it's accessible. There's a legal consequence. If you don't make your website accessible, there are legal consequences, especially here in the US. On the website from the W3C, there's an excellent article about that, about a case, business case for your accessibility. I will share it on Twitter. Yeah, but there are various reasons. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi. I have a plugin that has a user interface where there are controls in a sidebar, and manipulating those controls updates the content in the main body of the page.
Yeah.
How can we let users with screen readers know that that content has changed, and how to, I guess, jump from those controls to the content to see, or to hear rather, that changed content?
Well, if you give the controls a good heading, so that's really easy to jump to a heading, and then you announce when you change something in the controls that there's something changing in the results, just for new results found, or the filter. I don't know what it is.
But
exactly.
do you need to have a way to jump to the content after it is changed?
No, but with Area Live, you just change, you say what is changed, but if there are headings or focusable elements, they can switch between that. If you refer to area control, that you can link stuff together, hardly no screen reader supports that. So area controls is not really something to use. But people navigate with links and with headings, so if both have a good heading, they can jump from heading to heading.
Got it.
Is that a good answer?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah? Okay.
Is there any penalty or conflict for using area hidden on items that you're remaining visible?
Area hidden hides from a screen reader.
But is there any penalty to that, even if you're remaining it visible to the seeing public?
Well, if you decide a screen reader user doesn't need to know what's there, you can hide it with area hidden, but the penalty is like, you mean legal penalty or?
No, I mean just like, is Google going to penalize you saying, why are you taking this whole text? You're showing it to these people, but you're saying these
Google
people don't need it.
Google doesn't know area.
Okay.
Yeah, yet. Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know, I'm not an SEO expert, actually, so I can't answer that, yeah.
Hello, thank you for the wonderful session.
Thank you.
When coding hyperlinks, should I no longer be using the title attribute?
Yeah, title attributes should die, yes. Because you only give the information about the title attribute to someone on a desktop with a mouse. And someone on the tablet doesn't have it, and screen reader users are not consistent of announcing area of title attributes. Some do, some don't. Some replace the text with it, some announce it double. So if you have a consistent experience, use an accessible tooltip, for example, or an area label if you want to replace it and make it more clear for a screen reader user.
Is that as easy as, if I've been using title tags, doing a global search replace and changing title to something else?
Well, title attribute, if it's an additional to the link text, well, it may be, sometimes it's just additional or some new information, or it depends on how it's constructed in your case. You can use area label to completely overrule it and give all the information in the link text and keep the visual link text the same. But if you have, or you can have an accessible tooltip instead of a title attribute. And if in Hayden's book, from Hayden Picker, Inclusive Components, there are examples of accessible tooltips. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Hi. Are there any methods for delivering the ARIA code in the HTML only to screen readers as opposed to everyone?
Sorry, I don't understand.
So if you're
question.
outputting the HTML with all the ARIA labels and code, I mean, only the screen readers can use that.
Yeah.
Is there a way to deliver the HTML?
Well, you can use
with-
maybe CSS to expose. I don't know actually.
No, what I'm saying is like a sighted, a person who can see
Yeah.
has no use for ARIA.
No.
So why is the code being delivered to them in the HTML? Is there a way to split it so that sighted users get non-ARIA HTML
And why would you split it to make your code cleaner?
make your
or-
code cleaner, lighter pages?
Well, I
less
think
code?
you have to offer the DOM to everyone. It's not like you have to have this site is for blind people, this is for normal people. Like this is very insulting. I think. I think you need to code properly.
So you're
to
saying
make
that's not a suggested method?
No, I will. I think you have one DOM and you offer every functionality to everyone. So, and some people can see and use a screen reader, so they have also the extra information. So it's not like one user, one blind user. There are more people having the advantage of that. So I would suggest one DOM.
Okay.
It's also easier maintainable, I think. Yeah, that were the questions. Thank you. Yay.
Right, welcome back everyone. It's 3:45, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Before we do, I have an announcement that I need to relay to all of you, just as a gentle reminder that this is in fact a nut-free conference. So if any of you have food items on you that have peanuts, hazelnuts, pecans, any nut at all, please keep it sealed. There are some people here who have nut airborne allergies, so if you do eat a nut and you even breathe on them, it could have some severe ramifications. So we're just trying to make it all-inclusive for everyone as much as possible, so we appreciate you just taking note of that going forward today and tomorrow. All right, having said that, our next speaker is ready to go. Her name is Mina Sick. She is an engineer focused on WordPress. She's been working with WordPress since 2009. Over that time, she has done some freelancing and has been a part of a few startups, but now is proudly serving at XWP. Her talk today will be how we extended Gutenberg core blocks to build in AMP support. Mina?
Hello. All right. Hi, I'm Mina, and I'm going to share with you today our experience at XWP of customizing Gutenberg core blocks to add AMP features. So, Gutenberg, Gutenberg is definitely new editing and also development experience. And I read through a bunch of plugin reviews out of interest in the WordPress repo, and it seems to be kind of a love-hate thing going on there with Gutenberg. And one of the notes that I've seen also is that people mentioning that it's not very developer-friendly, and I've also seen a few notes about unsuccessful attempts to customize the editor. So I can imagine, yeah, it can be definitely quite frustrating, or at least challenging, to having to learn a completely new thing when you have already gotten so used to something else. And this talk is going to be quite developer-focused. I'm going to show some code examples, and I hope that at least some of you who are interested in developing on Gutenberg will get some useful information. So at XWP, we were also facing a challenge when developing the official AMP for WordPress plugin to build in AMP support. And, well, we wanted to build in Gutenberg support from as early as possible, so that once Gutenberg actually gets merged to core, which happened yesterday, then the plugin would work right away. And a few notes here. So first of all, I'd like to mention that the presentation that I'm making today is just a tiny part of the AMP for WordPress plugin. There's a lot more to it than just adding AMP features to Gutenberg. And second point, that since, well, Gutenberg still seems to be evolving, then this is not necessarily final or ultimate truth of how to extend Gutenberg blocks. I also had to redo a few slides a few times after updates. But it is a practical example of how we manage the TextWP to add custom features to core blocks. So a few words about AMP. Probably most of you are familiar with AMP. As it's stated on the AMP website, then AMP is an open source initiative, the goal to make the web better for everyone. And AMP basically consists of 3 core components: the optional AMP cache, AMP JavaScript, and AMP HTML. And the most relevant part for Gutenberg blocks is AMP HTML. So a little bit about AMP HTML to give you some background of what we needed to change and what we wanted to achieve with extending the blocks. So what's the difference between HTML and AMP HTML? AMP HTML, it is basically HTML, but it has some restrictions, meaning that some of the tags are not allowed. And it also has some custom elements, some of them to add new features, and some of them to replace the restricted elements. So here are a few examples. For example, the default image tag is not allowed, but this is replaced with AMP image. Exactly the same goes for video. Video tag is not allowed, but there is a custom element AMP video. So here are 2 examples of new custom elements by AMP, AMP fit text. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later as well, because one of the code examples is based on that. The other is AMP Facebook. There are tens of more of AMP elements. These are just a few examples. And also related, AMP has also custom attributes. Some of them are meant for using specifically with AMP components, but some of them can be used with almost any default HTML tag as well. So the goal of the AMP for WordPress plugin is to help making a WordPress website AMP compatible and also provide AMP-specific features for the editor. And a brief overview of what we needed to achieve with the plugin. So first of all, in case of the forbidden HTML elements, we either needed to remove them or, if possible, replace by allowed elements. For example, a good example is the image tag. It's not allowed, so we would replace that with AMP image. And this part is actually mostly automatically done by the plugin already. So this is not so much user-facing in Gutenberg Editor. The next part is to add new AMP features. And this is now the place where the editor becomes relevant, since that's where the user can actually choose if they do want AMP features or if they don't want to. So we wouldn't just randomly add AMP features to a website where we think that it would be awesome. So the editor gets to decide if they do want to use them or don't want to use. And also, related to the previous 2 points, we also wanted to add controls to the editor so that they could modify the AMP attributes. So why go through the trouble of extending core blocks at all? Like, in theory, we could basically just create new blocks for absolutely everything. We found that it makes more sense to actually reuse and extend existing editor blocks. For example, in our case, what we actually wanted was to have, so to say, customized or enhanced versions of the existing blocks with optional AMP settings. And from a user experience perspective, it's very important not to overload the inserter and duplicating blocks. So, for example, let's say there is an AMP component for Lightbox. It's called AMP Lightbox, and this is basically an image with Lightbox effect. So let's say that if you extend the blocks, then you could just use the already existing image block and just add a control so the editor can choose, okay, I do want the Lightbox effect or I don't want. If you would create a new block, then the user would have to remove the image block, add the AMP Lightbox block, then configure it. If they would think that, actually, I don't want it, I just want to link my image, then they would have to go through all this switching back blocks again. So now to the code part. So the code examples that I'm going to show you, they are simplified examples. For example, if we actually added 5 settings to a block, then I'm just going to show you one because, well, all the settings are added quite in a similar way. And I'm also going to repeat quite a lot of stuff. At first, when I was creating the slides, I was thinking that, okay, I'm just going to show the, so to say, unique parts, not for the people to get too bored. But fortunately, my colleagues at XWP were willing to listen to the talk a few weeks ago. And I actually received the feedback that it's great if there are repetitions, because you can actually see that we are extending all the blocks kind of with the same base logic. So a little bit about the filters that we mostly used for extending the core blocks in AMP for WordPress plugin. Filters are basically a great way to sort of say hook your own code into someone else's code. Well, in case if the developer has thought that maybe someone wants to do it and added filters for it. And this is fortunately the case for WordPress and also the Gutenberg editor. So we mainly used 4 filters. The first one is called register block type. And this allows you to hook into the moment where the block type is getting registered. So you can configure all the settings there. And what you do here is not going to be directly visible to the user right away. The second filter is blocks get save element. And this is now for filtering what gets saved into the post content for a specific block. So this obviously means that whatever change you make here, yes, the user is going to see that. The third block, editor block edit, this is for filtering all the visual part of the Gutenberg editor. So using this, we would add the controls, we would change the behavior controls, and we would also filter how the block is actually displayed inside the editor. And the fourth one that we used is get save content extra props. And this is also for filtering what gets saved into the post content. But this is now not filtering the whole block. It's just filtering the attributes. So let's say we would want to add, I don't know, inline style for a paragraph, whatever. Then this is the filter we could use. And let's now get to the actual code examples as well. So the first example is about an AMP component called AMP fit text. And what it does is it basically shrinks or expands its text content to match the space that it has. So you can assign minimum font size to it, you can assign maximum font size to it, and it's going to respect those font sizes, but take as much room as possible in the container that it has. And here is an example of how the AMP fit text looks like. So here we have set minimum font size, maximum font size, and height. And we have wrapped this around a heading 3. And this now is how it actually looks like in the source code after AMP has done its magic. So, for example, we set the maximum font size to 80, but the actual font size is going to be assigned 68. This is how it looks like in the front end. So this is 2017 theme. Above there's heading 1, and below there's heading 3. As you can see, the heading 3 is much larger. Originally, it's not much larger, but we wrapped it inside AMP fit text, and we gave it a lot of space, and now that's the font size. So here what we wanted to do was to add the controls for the user to opt in for using the AMP fit text, and also for modifying all the relevant attributes. And then we would want to wrap the original content inside the AMP fit text. And this is what we want to achieve. So this is the block sidebar. As you can see, we have added AMP settings for AMP fit text. And I'm going to show you this example based on a heading. All right? So the first thing we need to do is to register the settings. And for that, we use the filter register block type that I mentioned before. Here we have available the original settings and the block type name. So first thing we do, we check if this is actually a heading block. These filters are going to go through all the blocks. So if we don't do this check, we are going to add some random controls and settings for all the blocks. And well, if it's not a heading, then we just return the original settings. Otherwise, we start adding our attributes. So here we add an attribute for AmpFit text. We are going to create a toggle for that, and we set it to false by default. And we add all the other settings that we want the same way, so the minimum font size, maximum font size, and height. So now we have the settings configured. Now we also want to actually show those to the editor. And for this, we use the editor block edit filter. Here we have available the original block edit component and the properties. Again, we check here, okay, if this is not a heading, we're just going to return the original block edit. Otherwise, we start putting together our controls that we're going to show to the editor. So the first one that we create here is a toggle. This is going to be for the AmpFit text. We're going to set the label, the current value, the behavior, and now we add the other controls, but in this case we do this only if the editor has actually chosen to opt in for using AmpFit text. If the user doesn't want to use this, then there's no reason to show all the controls to the user. So if the editor has chosen AmpFit text, then we add all the other controls the same way. Once that's done, we return all these controls together with the original block edit. And that's quite important to add the original block edit because that includes all the previously existing controls plus how the block is actually displayed. Okay? And now we have the settings, we have the visual controls, and now we also want to modify what gets saved into the post content. So for that, we use the getSave element. Here we have available the original element, the block type object, and the attributes as the editor has saved them. So now in addition to checking if this is actually a heading block, we also want to make sure that we modify the content only if the user actually has opted in for using AmpFit text. Otherwise, there's no need to make any changes at all. And if the user had opted in, then we start putting together our attributes for the AmpFit text element that we are creating. So the first thing we do here is that we add the original element as the child of the AmpFit text because we're going to wrap AmpFit text around it. And after that, we add all the other attributes exactly as we expect them to show up in the post content because this is actually filtering what gets saved into post content. And then we create the new AmpFit text element with all the attributes that we assign to it. So that's it with the AmpFit text, and I'm now going to show you a short video about how it actually works in action. I hope it plays as well. All right. So this is now a heading, and this does not have AmpFit text assigned to it. This is just heading without any settings. So now when we go to the heading block, we can see that there's the AmpFit text control, and this is the only control that shows up by default. When we toggle it, we can see all the other attributes that we added as well. So we're going to set the height where we want and adjust the sizes. And then we are going to save the post and see how it looks like now. And this is how it looks like now. So it used to be smaller than a heading 1, but now you can see it's much larger. Okay? So the next example is going to be based on gallery shortcode. There is actually no specific block for gallery shortcode, but there is a block for shortcode. And you can, well, use gallery shortcode with that as well. So here what we wanted to do was to allow the user to use AMP carousel instead of displaying the default purpose gallery, and this would display a carousel instead of default purpose gallery. Here we would want to add just one toggle, so the user can choose if they want to use the carousel or not. And again, the first thing, we register the settings. Here we have now, we use the same filter, register block type. Again, first of all, we check if this is a shortcode block. Then we add the AMP carousel toggle, which is going to be, well, a Boolean again, meaning it can be only false or true. Then we return the settings. So now when we have the settings, we also want to add a visible control. For that, again, we use the same filter, editor block edit. Again, we check if this is not a shortcode. We're not doing anything, just return the original component. And otherwise, we add the control. But what we do now here is that since we only want to add this control, in case it's a gallery shortcode, so we actually check, did the editor actually type in gallery? And if they did not, then we just return the original component. Otherwise, we add the inspector controls with carousel toggle exactly the same way as we added in a previous example, and then we return the original together with the custom inspector controls. So now we again have register settings. We have added visual toggle to the editor. Now we want to modify what gets saved into the post content. And for that, again, we use the blocks get save element filter. Again, we check if this is not a shortcode, then we just return the original. Otherwise, we add our custom handling. And here again, we check first, okay, is this a gallery shortcode at all? Has the user typed in gallery? And if they actually chose to use AMP carousel, then we check if the AMP carousel was previously set to false, then we remove this. So how we set it up was so that if there is no attribute for AMP carousel set in a shortcode, this means that it's true. And well, probably most of you have used shortcodes, so you know that the attributes just get typed into the shortcode as text. So this is what we are processing here as well. And otherwise, we check, okay, if we are not using AMP carousel, but if it's not set to false, then we add this as false. And the last thing we do here is we check, okay, did we actually make any changes to the original text that was saved? And only if we did, then we create the new text element. So here is also a fourth part that I'm briefly going to show, is the processing from PHP side, because we did add this attribute, but this is not a default attribute for the gallery. So we also want to make sure that it actually gets used. For this, we use the post gallery filter to add a function maybe overrides the gallery. And we have available the HTML parameter, which includes the original output and the shortcode attributes. So here we check that, okay, if the AMP carousel was not set, or it was set to false, then we return the original output. And otherwise, we add our own logic to use AMP carousel, and we return this instead. And that's it again. So I'm going to show you the video again. All right, so here I'm adding a shortcode block. As you can see, it doesn't have any settings by default. And when I type in gallery, then the settings appear added by the AMP for WordPress plugin. So at first, I'm just going to show the default WordPress gallery. I'm going to add some images. We're going to save the post and see how it looks like. So this is now the default WordPress gallery, just 3 images in a row. Now we go back and choose to display as AMP carousel. And now, as you can see, this displays as carousel instead, leveraging the AMP carousel component. Okay. So the third and the last example is going to be about AMP Lightbox. And here, what we wanted to do was to add option to display an image as Lightbox and for all the image blocks. So this would mean the image block, the gallery block, and also the gallery shortcode block. And I'm going to show you this example based on image block. So here it's how it's going to look like once we're done. So we are again going to add just one toggle for optionally show as with Lightbox effect. And again, the first thing we need to do is register the settings. So here again, we use exactly the same filter, blocks, register block type. Again, we check if this is actually an image block, only then we add the AMP Lightbox attribute. And this is going to be a toggle again, so this means type boolean, only true or false. And then return the settings. So now we have settings registered. Now we also want to add the visible controls. For that, again, we use the editor block edit filter. Again, we check if this is not an image. We just return the original block edit component. And then we add our custom control. I'm not going to show you this in detail because this is exactly the same as in case of previous examples. And now we also want to modify what gets saved into the post content. And how we set up this is by adding a custom attribute to the block that we would later process in PHP. So this time we don't need to filter everything that gets saved into the block content. We just want to add one attribute. And for that, we use the get save content extra props filter. So here we have available the properties, the block type object, and the attributes that the editor has saved for this specific block. And then we start putting together our attributes. We check that if the AMP Lightbox is set, then we add this attribute exactly as it's supposed to show up in the post content. And then we return the custom attributes plus the already previously existing properties. And this is also important because otherwise we would lose everything else. And the fourth part here is also to actually process this attribute in PHP. I'm not going to show you this right now because this is not at all Gutenberg related. And we are ready again. So I'm going to show you a video again. So this is now an image block. It doesn't have any settings at all. It's just added image. It doesn't link to anywhere. Nothing happens when we click on it. Now we go to the image block, and we can see the AMP settings added by the plugin. And we are going to choose to use the Lightbox effect. So this is the same post now with the image, and now when we click on it, it actually displays as Lightbox. This is not completely centered. I can see that just right because I recorded the video not completely centered. Okay, so that's it with the examples. I guess if you have never developed with Gutenberg before, then this might have been confusing or too many details to remember. But I'm sure that you notice that there is a lot of repetition, meaning that actually the base logic for extending the blocks is generally kind of the same. So a few words about the challenges that we had. So, well, first challenge was definitely to figure out how all this works at all, because when we started developing it, it was quite early this year, and at that moment there was kind of almost no documentation about how to do it, and there also well, didn't exist real-life examples of how this actually works. So it took us some time to figure it out, but once we did understood how the filters for blocks work and which to use and then to use, then it was quite straightforward. And now I believe that the documentation for filters is quite detailed. So if you're interested, then go check it out. And another thing to consider when extending Gutenberg blocks is that, well, basically how we wanted to implement the plugin was so that if the plugin is activated and if you do changes, and then if you would deactivate the plugin, then nothing would change for the user, or nothing would break for the user, so to say. But every time when you load the editor, there's a background check happening, which is checking if there are inconsistencies between what's currently saved into the post content compared to what would get saved by the currently existing logic for saving. So since we filter what gets saved into post content, then if you, after doing that, if you deactivate the plugin, then this is what you're going to see. And this is the same heading, exactly the same example that I just showed you with the amp_fit text set to true. So if we do that, and then we go and deactivate the plugin, then this is what's going to happen. So at first, we were figuring out all kind of ways of how to get around this or how not to have this. But then we actually received the information that this is completely okay. And if you just click convert to blocks, then the default block is going to be restored. And this works for the core blocks. So, but that's just something to be aware of. And well, for me, by far the most frustrating thing has been the weekly updates by Gutenberg, which more than wished do break the plugin. So it's unbelievable how many times we had to re-code something, since a method changed or a class name changed or something wasn't there anymore, was removed or replaced, or I don't know. I think the previous 4 weeks, absolutely every single week after update, there was something wrong. So it's definitely good to test everything all the time, but if you're working on large projects and multiple projects, then you can't stand, it's hard to spend like half of a day every day just testing if the latest update now broke something or not. So the good news is that if something breaks, then it's fortunately usually just the backend, because, well, the post content already is what it is. So the front-end experience is going to stay the same. But it's still super frustrating for a developer to go to, after update, go to the post-editing page, and then you just see a white screen, and you're going to start thinking out, okay, I'm going to go through all the GitHub last release to see what kind of changes were made to figure out how to make this work again. Fortunately, or at least I hope so, now when Gutenberg is actually part of WordPress, then it should be more stable. Yeah, I hope so, at least. So a few thoughts and conclusions. So, well, first of all, as you probably saw, then the logic for extending the blocks is quite similar. There are actually more filters available, but these were the ones that we mostly needed for extending the blocks. And of course, although this presentation specifically is based on the adding AMP features, then actually all this is applicable for anything else you might want to add. And the last thought is that, yes, although it can be super frustrating sometimes with Gutenberg, but the more I worked with it, the more I actually see that it does offer like really cool opportunities for a developer to add really awesome features, and by this also enhance the experience for editors. And that was it. Here are a few links as well. So the first row here is just a sample plugin It's definitely not production ready, and I hope it hasn't broken meanwhile. But you can check it out just to see how to extend a block. So the second line here is linked to the plugin. And if you're interested, then you can go to the plugin site, and there should be link to GitHub repo. So if you go there, if you're interested, you can see all these examples in real life and actually functional. That's it. Thank you. Do you have to do something?
Because I have like a different AMP plugin on my website, and I was wondering if like, so I have a plugin on my website that's already an AMP plugin. Do I need to remove that plugin and start using your plugin instead, or could I find another way to keep one, or what? How does this plugin kind of like apply to like a WordPress site without Gutenberg, or does it?
It works very well with Gutenberg. Without Gutenberg, I mean, what as I mentioned before as well, then the Gutenberg part is just a tiny part of the plugin. So probably if you already have an AMP plugin, then it would be better to remove this and add AMP for WordPress plugin instead, because it's...
Yeah, the plugin I have now is AMP Supremacy, so I was just wondering if it was like going to affect it or anything. I don't know if you know.
I'm not familiar with plugin.
That's okay. Are you familiar? Fair enough.
Thank you, Alberta.
So the image block with AMP settings, is there a way to make that so that that's going to always be the default, like Lightbox is default toggled on and AMP is toggled on when you try to use it?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. Forgive my ignorance too. Is there, so what you were showing with the image, is there a way to make it so that, let's say the Lightbox is always toggled on when you try to create a new block with that?
No, it's not at this moment. He could. Yeah, as I heard from Palle, that you could create an extension plugin yourself and do that.
And we're back for our last talk of the day. We made it. It's been a pretty amazing first day here at WordCamp, and I hope to see all of you tonight at the after party. It's at a very cool venue. If you were not there last year, I urge you to go because there's lots of stuff to play with there. It's super fun. Our next talk is going to be What's Privacy Got to Do with IT? It. Okay, well, it's capital, so I'm trying to, there's clearly a pun in there somewhere.
Tina Turner inflection.
What's privacy got to do with it? All right. We have Kevin Kohler and Leo Postovit. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about each of them. You have a 2-for-1 deal here. Leo is an open source advocate, designer, developer, and coffee geek. He's a privacy component maintainer for WordPress core, an organizer for WordCamp Los Angeles and Orange County, and an organizer for the Los Angeles WordPress Meetup, a contributor to WordPress core's accessibility team, and works as an ecosystems and engagement for XWP. Whereas Kevin, he has been a community guardian at Automatic since 2013, working to make the web a better place by protecting privacy, mitigating abuse, and defending freedoms of the millions of people who encounter WordPress.com and our other products every day. His portfolio includes communication on policy issues, handling legal demands and government inquiries. Originally from North Carolina, he now lives and works in Washington, D.C. So ladies and gentlemen, Kevin and Leo.
What's privacy got to do with it? We survived. GDPR Armageddon happened. It was really scary. They said the world was going to blow up. Were you all there? I was there. It was a scary time. It's the hottest topic, right? Everyone's like, privacy, it's a thing. Everyone's like super excited, right? Yeah? No? Feel it? It actually is a really, really important topic. A lot of what we do already encounters the topic surrounding privacy. We've been thinking about this for a very, very long time. We just haven't been using the words. We haven't been thinking about it as it incorporates to our design. And today, Kevin and I are going to be spending some time talking about what privacy actually means. As you just heard, Kevin works at Automatic. I work at XWP. And originally, we're going to have Ryan Kinney, who's a lawyer who helped make this talk, be here today. Some things happened and she can't be here, but that's okay. We're not lawyers. This is not legal advice, but this was reviewed by a lawyer, which is pretty cool.
We are not lawyers. That's very important, and this is not legal advice. But you don't need to be a lawyer to care about privacy. In fact, privacy is for everyone, not just the lawyers. So GDPR is the big topic of the year, but we're not going to be talking too specifically about GDPR today. Nor are we going to talk too specifically about particular implementations for your website or tell you how to design your checkboxes, as fun as that might be. Because focusing on the GDPR and one regulation is a little bit small, a little bit myopic, when privacy is a much more all-encompassing topic. And also, the GDPR is just the latest of privacy regulation that has a big impact. Understandably, it got a lot of attention, got a lot of people looking into it, probably because of the penalty mechanisms and the big fine numbers. But it actually isn't a new or a dramatic change, at least if you talk to the privacy regulators and the people who wrote the legislation. It's designed to be an evolution, not a revolution. And in laws, there are a lot of existing laws in Europe, all over Europe. And the GDPR was designed to update them a little bit, but mainly like harmonize them. So there are a lot of laws, which you can see here, that should have been in effect and should have been followed for a long time.
Consistency and clarity.
Consistency and clarity, right. And then over here on this side of the pond, there actually is a lot of privacy law as well. And some of it's, a little outdated and dates back to the phones of the early teens. But there is lots of different laws, and the way that privacy has been regulated so far in the United States is very industry specific and very specific to different use cases. So you have the CAN-SPAM Act about email newsletters. You have COPPA about children. You have particular regulations for running a college or education or medical. You probably all had to sign HIPAA notices, online or off, and so all those apply to businesses as well. And there's a lot of laws in California where a lot of technology firms are based. so that regulates all those privacy policies and those checkboxes and those things that you agree to, which may not have gotten as much news or attention as the GDPR, but has, for years led to fines, enforcement actions, lawsuits, settlements. So privacy is not new, and we shouldn't look at just one little piece of it. We'd like to look at all of it. Furthermore, there will probably be more privacy legislation in the US. In this year, California passed a pretty ambitious GDPR-like legislation called the CCPA, which will go into effect on some large businesses in 2020. Will probably be amended before then. And there's actually a pretty decent chance that the new Congress will take up some federal privacy legislation in sort of the mold of GDPR. So that's a lot to think about. If you're running a website, how do you grasp onto all of those different things? And the way we think you should approach it is to not think about any particular jurisdiction, any particular law. Just start out with the strongest possible privacy practices that you can build into your site and your business. And if you start from that place, then it'll be much easier to adapt to whatever laws get passed now in the future, or to your particular jurisdiction or to your particular industry. So you should have some privacy practices baked into what you do all the time. And then if you have a new client in health or with like a weird legislation in Brazil or something, you'll be able to easily adapt to that and carve out exceptions, things like that. If you focus on just the strongest possible privacy practices to begin with that are kind of common among all legislation. So what are some of the common areas? The GDPR, as it was like harmonizing and clarifying existing law, actually has a nice section on principles. It's like, here are the data protection principles from existing law. And you can see this is actually the shortened version. Lawfulness, fitness, transparency.
It's too much.
Minimization, limitation, confidentiality.
Too much.
You can read it if you want. It's not bad, but it's very confusing when you get from that to like, okay, how do I put that into a website or into my WordPress? So let's boil that down a little farther into plain language. And these are kind of I'm glossing over some particulars here, definitely. Again, not legal advice, but these are the common ways we think you should approach privacy. One is to be transparent about the data you collect and why. That's actually easier said than done. You might not know all the data that you're collecting using third-party tools where that data goes. You need to look at it and figure it out. And to be transparent means that the people who are using your site, your customers, your visitors, they should be able, if they want to understand what you're doing with their data as well. And that doesn't mean you can just throw an opt-in checkbox on everything. Opt-in is just one of the legal bases you can use to be transparent with your customers about data. And some people might think it's kind of the lowest common denominator. Like, just because you got to check opt-in doesn't mean you can do whatever you want with people's data. You need to think more holistically, like, are they going to understand it? Or are they going to have some transparency and control there? Another big principle is to get only the data you need and to don't store that data any longer than necessary. And that's another thing that's easier said than done. Internet technology makes it amazingly easy to collect lots of data, and just by pulling in a library or implementing code or putting a little plug-in here or there. But it's actually better to think about what all are they doing, why, and do you really need it? So if you start from collecting only the data you need, it'll make all your compliance efforts a lot easier, and it's actually a requirement of a lot of privacy legislation that you have a good reason. And if you are asked or questioned, you will need to know what's the reason for it. So it's good to figure it out and make sure, hey, do I really need it? And you may have, legacy code from years ago, and you're not even sure that it didn't even know that it did something. If you can justify everything, though, you'll be well on your way to being safe. And then you have to keep that data safe, especially if you have sensitive personal data, social security numbers, or things that could be cobbled together to make a sensitive profile on someone. Even if you have great privacy practices, if you don't have great security practices, it's kind of a moot point, and you can still get in trouble. And the very last thing is to be accountable to your users. Did it go away? All right. Be accountable to your users, which means if they want to access data, if they have questions, you should be able to answer them. If they want to delete or update things, they are your constituent, they're your boss a little bit under privacy law, and so you should be accountable to them. And if you're accountable to them, it'll make it a lot easier to be accountable to regulators if you meet the circumstance where you run into a regulator. Luckily, few people do, but if you're accountable and forthright, then you'll be well on your way. And undergirding kind of all of these is you should write all of this down. That's both a statutory requirement and just practically, it makes everything you're doing easier. So, if asked, a privacy regulator will probably want to see your privacy policies and your justifications of things. And also, maybe users would like to know as well, but it'll also make it easier for you once you start writing things down. All those other ones about being transparent and getting only the data you need, the practice of writing it down helps you answer all those questions.
Aren't you supposed to tell your users what you're supposed to do with their data?
Yes, you are supposed to tell your users what you do with their data, but you don't necessarily want to overwhelm them with every last detail because then they're not going to understand. So you want some internal and external documentation. Really, the more you can write down, the better. If you take nothing else away from this talk, go home and write like a plan or some outline of what you're doing with data and what your plans are. So what does that mean for your site? Well, I can't really tell you because every site is different, every business is different, every constituency is different. A bank, a ski resort, a cowboy hat maker, a coffee shop, a doctor's office. In 2018, all these are really internet businesses, but they all have different customers with different needs and different relevant legislation. And your customers understand things in different ways. If I go to the coffee shop and give them my credit card, I don't expect them to hand me like permission to ask the credit card company to, some personal data if it's a fraudulent charge. So you need to pick what's appropriate for you and your customers. And that's easier said than done. That's why you unfortunately, can't just download a plugin. I can't tell you to go just get this thing from the repository, run it on your site, and privacy is all done. We can only help you ask the right questions, and you're going to need to come up with the answers for yourselves for each site and business that you work on. And the last real point we want to make about this is privacy is a process. It's not something that you attain, it's something that you maintain. It's a practice that you do every day through everything that you do. You can't just do it once and forget it. You need to continually do it and build it into a process. And that's the way that you truly protect privacy for the long term and are ready for any legislation or regulation that comes your way. Which is important because there really is a rising tide of regulation for tech, not just in privacy, but in kind of every area of what we do, and we just need to be ready for it. And if you have good processes, you will be ready for it. Also, we want to ask, well, why do we care? We don't care just because we want to avoid lawyers or fines or breaking laws, although those are very good things. But privacy is actually good. It makes your products better, makes clients happy, it makes your customers trust you more, as well as reducing your legal liability. And you'll see that in every little piece along the way that we're going to look at today. I also want to editorialize a little bit and say it's really key to the open web. The closed web is not built with privacy by default. But if you go back all the way back to like the early days of free software getting started, pre-internet popularity, autonomy of the end user was always a big goal, was always central. The 4 freedoms of software, freedom number 1 is the freedom to study how the program works and change it to make it do what you wish. Well, if you replace program with website in that, it's pretty close to a robust and user-centric privacy policy. So if we care about the open web and WordPress, and I think everyone in this room does, we should really care about making sure that our privacy practices are good and that we make these beautiful principles of open source real and visible to the end users and to the customers in a way that they can understand so that they know that, hey, the open web is better than the closed web that tries to suck up all my data and control and exploit as much as I can. I like open web because it puts me in control. And you do that, again, not by a single thing, but having privacy by design is the buzzword from legislation from the GDPR. Put it in all of your process, all of your design. It's not just what your web developers do, it's what your customer support does, it's what your documentation looks like, it's what your business people do day to day. So you need to design it into everything. It doesn't have to stop or take over everything. It's just everyone needs to think a little bit, how do I design what I'm doing day to day for privacy? It's legally required under GDPR to have some showable way that you've designed privacy into your system, and will probably be in other legislation going forward. Plus, it just makes sense and makes your products better. But how you do that in particular, Leo is going to go over that in a good operation, life cycle, keeping that process going.
So privacy. It's a big topic. It sounds scary. I promise it's as easy as 4 things. And really like one thing, mostly protection, but we'll get there. Why, as Americans, do we care about privacy? Like, all we care about is free speech. Like, that's like the fundamental blockers to everything else. We're like, well, free speech matters more than anything else, and everyone's got to have their free speech. The practice is sometimes the way that privacy is constructed in terms of legal frameworks, in terms of technology, can come at the cost of this. We're seeing quite a big trend across the ecosystem as people move toward a more universal understanding of how these things mean. And if you look at the difference to the way that Europe views these things, the idea that privacy is a fundamental human right. We have the ability to opt out of things. Communication should be open and protected, but we have personal abilities to be quiet, be private, to ignore, to opt out. This is the trend we're seeing across the entire ecosystem. This difference is why we may feel that tension. It's why you may not feel like this is a big deal to you, but this is actually something that is core and critical. And you'll see that as we start to break into this actual life cycle, chances are you're probably doing a lot of these things. If you're a developer, a lot of this is going to feel quite familiar to you, but you'll also see there's a lot of gaps probably. And you'll see that quite a bit of this is about how you can reflect on this process. So in the assess phase, there's a lot of maturity that you need to recognize inside. What are you actually collecting? You need to stop and recognize at the very base level who you are, what you do, why you do it, and why do you even collect data in the first place? Does this actually help your business? And once you have a good lay of the land, you're like, okay, this is how I approach things. We can then start to move into a more appropriate phase where we can respond to the way data works inside our platforms. So in the protect phase, we actually start to unpack and understand the entire platforms that we work with, the tools we work with. And the main tool that we work with, because we're at a WordCamp, is probably WordPress, right? But that's probably not the only tool. The laws don't care about WordPress. The laws care about the entire ecosystems. They care about business requirements. They care about how we respond to the needs of the ecosystem as a whole. They say you have to follow your contracts. You need to have these agreements. You need to follow cookie laws. You need to be able to understand third-party agreements. You need to have privacy policies. These are things that you actually have to do. As you understand what these things mean, it's best to plan way ahead so that you don't actually have to deal with a lawsuit. You have minimal exposure by default. There's a great quote that I came across that sort of thinks about how you might be doing this already. So this is about an ad publisher who spent some time unpacking like how they wanted to respond to GDPR. But really, this is just about privacy as a whole. We've heard of publishers simply turning off EU traffic or to ensure that they won't run afoul of GDPR on the other hand of the spectrum, just burying their hands in the sand, doing nothing. Mediavine is not interested in either extreme. We take user privacy very seriously, but want content creators to build sustainable businesses as well. Especially in the event that this experiment ever extends beyond the EU, right now a very small percentage of most publishers' traffic, we want to make sure, as always, that Mediavine and its publishers are prepared for an ever-changing landscape. Right? Like, that to me is cool. Like, they have found a way that is bridging those two ideas, free speech and free privacy all together. You have the ability to opt out of these things. And as we start to march forward, we're going to see this trend happen. So what does that actually mean? It means that legally you need to be reading these things. So once you've read things, and these things look good, you probably have a developer, an engineer, an architect is what we call them, an XWP. That person then gets this set of requirements. You're like, okay, so what do we do? This is all quite complicated. Well, it's probably security related. PSA, this is now going to turn into security talk for the next like 15 minutes. But this is actually a really critical thing to understand. Security has a lot of overlap with how privacy actually works when the rubber meets the road. So base zero, raise your hand here if you have a site that does not have SSL. Anyone going to admit to it? That's okay. That's a requirement. Every single site should have SSL. And even if you can, HSTS. Things like permissions. If you don't know how permissions work in your databases, or sorry, your file systems, this is critical. Data backups are really important. You should be testing your backups. You should be maintaining backups for a very long time. These are records of how these things work. You can compare two backups to understand what's happened from then to that point. You should be having source control as part of what you do. The minute you include things like Git to your workflow, you enable CI/CD pipelines. All of this allows us to really start to think of the future out of the box for these other tools that we'll get into in just a few minutes. And also, of course, staging, which you've probably heard many times at other WordCamps about. This is a requirement to be able to do these things right, to have the right testing as a baseline. And of course, things like two-factor authentication, IP filtering, and secure passwords. These are things that are required.
If you don't have 2FA, if you don't have a secure password on all your sensitive things, leave this talk right now, go outside in the hall, and do it. That's like more important than anything that we're talking about. And if your host or your providers don't offer 2FA and good security practices and SSL, find new hosts, find new third-party providers.
And to be fair, we're arguing for best practices. So if you're not quite there yet, this is where you should be attaining to. I strongly feel the same way. There's a lot of reasons why we can do this better. And once you start here, we can get into some of the interesting nuances that go from here. So this is from the developer handbook on the section around security. And I have to call out my favorite XKCD cartoon. This is the story of little Bobby Tables. I'm sure everyone knows the story of Bobby Tables. So Robert drop table students who eliminates the records from the school. In practice, you should never assume that any data is going to be safe. You should never assume anything about a data platform, and you should never become complacent. Right? This sounds like the fundamental principles of democracy and software development, right? It really should be. And this is actually how we should be approaching security. It's how we should be approaching privacy. We should be trying to make sure that we can respond to this. And this sounds a little fuzzy and a little like crazy, angry in the corner, but that's actually how we need to respond to these things. So in practice, how do we do the thing? This means as you unpack data streams, APIs, software, functions, look at these things, understand what they mean. And if something looks too complicated, ask yourself if there's a way to make it simpler. And even as you start to ask basic questions, if you're not a developer and you just have a contact form, you have a bunch of questions on this contact form, do you need to ask someone their birth date or their name or their phone number or their social security number? Or can you just get their email address? Or is their email address even necessary? You can abstract the kinds of questions that you ask so you never even have exposure to begin with. And that's actually part of these things that we should be thinking about. Additionally, you should only be working as much data as needed. So a couple of years ago, I was working on a project with the school's API data. And as we unpacked all this data, it was like, I can see social security numbers and birth dates and cities, and I can get all these transcripts. So what we had to do to prevent any kind of exposure is server-side rendering of that API, and then watering down that API to only make certain things available. That's the responsibility you should be moving toward. Otherwise, you're going to accidentally expose yourself if the wrong things happen. And of course, I'm not going to get too much in the weeds of this, but all data that coming in and out of your browser should be cleaned. You have responsibilities. If you know about escaping and sanitizing, great. Double down on it. If you use core functions, they probably do this right. If you're not sure, look up the source code. WordPress's source code is open source. You can look on Track, you can look on GitHub, it's all there. There are definitely lots of things there that get into the weeds here that describe what this is supposed to look like. If you're not comfortable with it, so for example, like if you're worried that some random JavaScript that you're calling in is not going to do what you want it to do, escape it, check it, make sure it can't do the things you don't want it to do. And more critically, don't trust anyone. Like, I don't trust anyone. Would you give someone your house key? Would you give someone your car keys? Would you give someone your root password? Would you give someone a PEM file? What would you do, right? I love this comic too. It's another XKCD one. Like, this suitor incident is reported and Santa Claus is keeping a naughty list, right? You really need to get at the end of the day an understanding of who has access to things. So whatever your keys are, whether this is like a master email that you guys all share, maybe this is a list of super admin passwords or Google Apps Suite, whatever that is, keep that number as small as possible. So if you can do this in the protective stage, a lot of the concerns you have might be able to be mitigated by default. And this also goes a couple steps further. As you start to build into your workflows, ideally if you're a developer or you're working with developers, you should be asking questions that surround these things. So if you aren't already, you should be comparing your code to coding standards, so ESLint, PHPCS, WPCS. And if you're not using a standards code editor, which I really hope everyone is, you should be. And the 4 code editors that I called out here, all of these have tools that are built into the browser that check for code that breaks, that check for standards that aren't met. There's quite a bit of energy around this that is critical to unpack why your stuff isn't working, or why your stuff may not actually meet basic security requirements that don't meet basic privacy requirements. Additionally, going a couple steps further, this work extends into the whole ecosystem because we're not in a vacuum. Our sites are across many, many platforms. If WordPress is a third of the internet, this means that your site is going to look like someone else's. But how much better or how much worse are you in comparison to someone else's? So you need to lean on tools like Tide, HTTP Archive, Lighthouse that actually start to unpack some of these requirements at scale so you can understand how you're reflecting these things. Additionally, you can spend some time getting into other validation services. So there's a couple tools like CodeClimate and CodeBeat that as a service will provide code validation. So if you want to prevent for deployment code shipping out that may have met for whatever reason certain pieces, you can still have multiple guardrails that say no more bad code shipping even to staging. Even further, you should probably be reading the manual to everything. We spend a lot of time writing documentation around code. So if you write plugins, you write themes, you write components, you write modules, you're probably writing something about it. And so if someone has written something, take the time to read it. Chances are we probably have explained all the problems to this stuff already. And if you're using dependencies, which you probably are, or you're using software that has dependencies, know what they do. And as you start to build into these things, understand what these things mean at scale. So as you start to get into this, you will recognize that things will fail. So what does reading...
And if I may, if you're not a coder, that's a lot of code stuff. If you're not a coder, you can do something very similar to that, which is go and look at the documentation of the plugins and third-party services you use and see if you can understand what they're doing with your data and where it goes. Get out a piece of paper, draw a little map. And if there's something that you don't understand from their manual, ask the service. And if they're a good service, they should be able to answer your questions the way, somewhat in a way that you can understand. Not that you need to know every single database call, but that you have some idea of what data you're sending in and getting back and what's done with it and if it's safe.
Yeah, thank you for that. This in practice, like we literally launched a plugin release yesterday at WordCamp US and PHP 7.3 came out and no other software came out yesterday, I promise. Don't read the news. So we also shipped a product site for our plugin, which is super cool. And we wrote a bunch of technical documentation, but we also wrote documentation for end users. Like we really want people to understand this stuff so they want to use it. That's a basic requirement. It can look like a website. Sometimes it doesn't look like a website. Sometimes it's stuff that sits inside a composer library that can be viewed on a place like Packagist. And that's sometimes not even available, right? So in the case of the WordPress project, a lot of things are written strictly inline as doc blocks. So if you can't find something, look in the places that you think they might be. And if they don't exist, ask someone why they don't exist. Keep prodding. Someone wrote this code to begin with. You should try to get and understand why these things exist in the way they're supposed to. So plugins, modules, codes, themes, okay, a lot of stuff. Why are we using them? That's really the point here. If you're going to use these things, understand what they do. And as you start to look at them, you should be asking questions. Are they simple and straightforward? Are they well scoped? Or are they huge? Are they well supported? Are they widely adopted? Are they well documented? If they're not, maybe you should consider using a different plugin. Maybe you should choose one that maybe has a better version of that exact piece to it. And if you have the engineering supports, it makes sense to spend time looking at the source code closely, to actually read the documentation and to actually consider what's actually there. I would urge, at least in this current state of things, to be really considerate about not auto-updating plugins and really understanding what diffs look like. For some people, you might have different opinions on this exact fact, but if you actually have the resources, you can start to break these things. Additionally, you should probably be testing code. If you really do care about what things look like at scale, you probably have lots of tools to do this for you, or you might have a host that works with you to do this. Additionally, you can do this with integrations, as we talked about before. So, okay, always understanding stuff. What does this actually look like when it goes wrong? Well, things break. So NPM had a bunch of packages that started doing things they weren't supposed to, started taking the ability to call home and doing weird things. That's weird, right? You should ask what this thing does and whether we need it. And you might have opinions. I know the classic discussions around NPM packages has been a long, long piece to it, to what we do. This is also a question around plugins that we choose as a whole. If you don't use the official plugin, right? So in the case of the AMP plugin that I was working on the last year or so, there was a plugin that has almost the same name that had a major security vulnerability. We don't do that. We spend a lot of time focusing on how to make our things better. We have an entirely different approach. We don't have to do emergency releases. We have an entirely different approach. If you know that there might be two things really close, be sure that you're using the right one. And even if you are using the quote-unquote right one, occasionally really large plugins have major vulnerabilities that might get exposed. So in the case of WooCommerce a few weeks ago, there was a really kind of funky thing that happened. Like a shop manager could inject a payload that deleted the plugin that turned a shop manager into an admin, and then they could wreak havoc on a site. Kind of a crazy scenario, but it could have happened. So sometimes these things happen. So if you are reading the general tech news of things, wherever you get your news about technology and WordPress, read these sources closely because these things tend to get reported quite widely. Additionally, nothing is sacred. So quite famously, a GDPR plugin a few weeks ago had a pretty major vulnerability found out. So it's quite critical to test, read, and review. But just as Kevin said, tools don't do anything. It's about processes. And in many cases, I would probably not recommend using this plugin. I'd recommend considering what's in WordPress core because we spent a lot of time unpacking that. Additionally, going one step further, we spent a lot of time talking about performance across the WordPress ecosystem. I'm not going to say who this was, but this happened right around GDPR. Really kind of funny thing that happened. So this publisher has a 30-second page load here, and then a Lighthouse score, performance score of 3, which is bad, if you don't know. So this is really bad. So May 25th comes around, and in Europe, this is what happens. They go up to 86 because they decided to stop doing that. And a bunch of naysayers on Twitter were like, but I just have ad blockers. I don't see privacy things, and I know what I'm doing. And well, no, in practice, because of server-side rendering and alternate layouts, this is what your site looks like with an ad blocker. It's still pretty bad. So a performance score of 11 and a 21-second load for interactivity. Like, that's still not great, right? So in practice, you have to ask yourself, like, what does your actual thing overall mean? And if you can argue for less, your users will actually get more out of your whole site.
And if you have a manager who's like, I don't care about this legal stuff or privacy, why are we spending so much time on this? Performance could be a pretty good argument too.
Yeah. And as a whole, the way that we approach software development at XWP tends to think about performance as a key metric to user experience. So this is part of the angle that we take as we start to unpack the requirements for privacy. So you have an ecosystem in your site. What's going on? You should understand what that data means and whether you actually need to keep it. So there's a couple of things that have happened over the last few months that you may not be aware of. A lot of things that you can do involve anonymization. Once you've collected data, you actually don't even need to keep that person's information lined up with that data set. So Google Analytics offers some automatic anonymization. Ad networks are starting to offer similar tools. And this means that you can keep some of this information in summary, but you don't actually expose any information. So if you leak a report or you share it with a third party, guess what? You don't break the law, potentially. Ask a lawyer.
And these things are usually deep in the settings, but a lot more of them exist post-GDPR than existed pre-GDPR.
Additionally, if you have no idea what's going on within your data sets, it's also going to be critical for you to probe those data sets. So if you've never once looked at your PHPMyAdmin settings, or you've never once unpacked what these things look like, do it. If you haven't played with WP CLI, do it. It's a great project. If you're using third-party integrations, which you probably are, you should be using tools to unpack what's actually inside those APIs, what you get on a response. You should understand all the endpoints available as you work with these third-party integrations. So data minimization in theory says that data safety is key and that data must be gathered appropriately, which sounds kind of cool, but in practice it means you just don't want to get stuff. You get the things you ultimately need, you get rid of the things you don't need. It means you have less transit, less performance concerns, and you just run through and live with a wonderfully more minimal approach. Speaking of minimal, definitely don't do this. This is probably the worst thing I've seen in the last few months. So someone just poking around a website, eBay's Japan site, was able to expose at ebay.co.jp/.git/head the entire source code of eBay Japan. This is because someone simply didn't follow coding best practices. They didn't include the .git file in their .git ignore file. It's really straightforward. They exposed all of the data as deployed to production in a deployment pipeline. So if you do have coding best practices, you should be checking on your own to make sure that what this stuff looks like, especially in the protect phase. The worst thing to do is to get through this entire life cycle and then end up with a banana you slip on. So WordPress core is only beginning probably for you. You probably also have third-party tools, marketing tools, ad scripts, CDNs, integrations, and all these other places where data might live. But at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, am I okay with how these things work? Do I understand how to use them? If someone asks me to remove stuff, do I understand how I actually can work with these tools? And if you're not comfortable with it, spend time doing the other steps we talked about to be able to become more confident.
The core tools do get most sites, though, most of the way there. So before you go looking for other things, look at core tools first. They're quite good.
Yeah. So those core tools involve things like export, erasure, and hooks for plugins. There's lots of documentation around plugin developers and theme developers. There's also tools written for purely non-developers. So if you just have no idea what we're talking about up here, go look at the privacy docs that are available for WordPress core, because they do make it as simple as possible for non-developers. Additionally, there's a bunch of things happening in the roadmap, things like multi-site support, localization support for sites who have a lot more complex setups, WP-CLI support, as well as consent logging tools. Currently, a lot of the tools that people are using on top of WordPress core involve third-party tools for consent logging, but in the roadmap, we're going to start to have a lot of requirements that are built inside the database so we can track what privacy collection looks like up close. So that little checkbox thing that happens, that whole thing will be coming to core. We've also identified a few things in the future that are happening that are going to be quite critical, things like CCPA. I know that Kevin is like, it's not important to worry about. We think it's critical.
It will be, eventually, maybe.
And we think it's critical to prepare as far ahead in time so that we don't have to rush close to it like we had to do for GDPR.
Strong agree.
So once you've done all of that, you need to document everything, ideally along the way. You need to keep this document living. You need to make sure it's up to date. And you need to make sure that you have stuff ready for people who might join your team, who might leave your team. If you have one engineer leave, suddenly you lose 30% of your company's knowledge. That shouldn't be the case, right? Ideally, you should be having a system in place that allows for collective knowledge and also exposure of the things that aren't right. And you respond to the things that aren't right, so you're more comfortable, so that when you get into the next phase of the privacy lifecycle, you don't have to worry, right? You can go and say like, hey, Charlie, you should learn about privacy. I can train you. Look at this document. Let's walk through it together. You have systems to be able to monitor these things in real time. You also have really the need at a high level to not worry about these things anymore. You can start to think about these things as normal operations for your business and less about things that you have to respond to. Like, no one likes fires that you have to put out. But data privacy doesn't have to be one of those things. So, okay, once you're all good, you're like, okay, we're all hanging out, training every, once a quarter for privacy, and, things are looking really good. Then you get like an email that says, hey, we got to do something. Well, there are legal requirements or technical requirements of how you respond to those privacy pieces. These are things like information requests, erasures, and corrections, as well as breach notices. So if something might happen, you need to be able to know what you're supposed to do. Legally, ethically probably, and technically. You have little things that you should be able to do to be able to respond to these things. So Kevin, how bad was GDPR?
How bad was it?
Yeah, like what happened since GDPR?
Oh, nothing. Everything went smoothly. All the sites are perfect, right?
Yeah, so since GDPR, we've had 27,000 reported data breaches. It's a huge deal. It's not small. So that's what's reported. There's probably more that are doing things. Like, it's hard to write software. It's hard to write good software. It's hard to write perfect software. Software is full of bugs. Software is full of vulnerabilities. And this is a process. So what happens when you actually end up in the situation? Do you scramble? No, you're not supposed to scramble. You're supposed to be able to respond to this with a process. So in your assessment phase for a breach, you should define whether there is a breach, understand what that means legally based on your locality, based on your requirements federally, locally, and also understand the event that actually occurred. So if someone says something happened, understand what that actually means so you don't have to run and respond to it. And then once that actually happens, you say, okay, there was a breach, this happened, someone's got data, or several people got data, or just it was exposed. You got to figure out, was there harm? There might not be harm. You might not know if there was harm. And if there is harm, you should decide what you need to do to respond to it besides reporting. Additionally, if you're lucky, you might have things like safe harbors. You might have exemptions. You might have defenses. You might have encryption, right? SSL is a really good way to worry a little bit less, not a lot less, but a little bit less about some of the problems if someone is exposing or worried about exposed data inside the whole piece. Additionally, if you are in a locality, you're going to have to ask this question around what your responsibility to notify people might be. So in the case of South Dakota, like 250 people information out there, you have to respond. In Colorado, it's 500. When you might have to respond is extremely different. So if you're in South Carolina, 72 hours. If you're in Louisiana, you can wait 2 months. Like, you don't have to do anything. You can take a holiday, come back, go to the beach. Go to Mardi Gras, yeah. And then you're like, oh yeah, by the way, we like leaked a bunch of people's email addresses. Like, no big deal, no big deal. And as a whole, like that variance is going to be quite challenging. So you don't necessarily need a lawyer today, tomorrow, next week, but you should definitely understand what you're doing. And if you have a data set, each of these localities that you're working with may have special requirements. So if you leak customers' data in California, you may be required to report it in South Carolina. Understanding what that actually means is where you might want to seek counsel.
And the more sensitive your data, the more you have to be concerned about this.
Exactly. So social security numbers, definitely a thing to be concerned about. Birthdates, definitely a thing to be considering about. Someone's favorite, color, probably less worried, but you never know. Someone might say that might be a version of coded information or something else. So that's the life cycle. A lot of information, but it's pretty simple. You want to understand things. You want to respond to them. You want to make sure that you don't have anything happen to it. And as you move through the sustain process, you really don't want to feel like anything is on fire. So ideally, you sit and sustain as long as possible. But as you need to, and you hear about things, you, in the sustain process, move back through, assess, and protect. So Kevin.
So
what did we learn?
We're at the, hopefully a lot. Hopefully some of that stuck in. I know it's the end of the day. But we learned that U.S. privacy and EU privacy laws have existed for decades and are continuing to evolve, and there's a rising tide, so it's something we should all be concerned about. And hopefully we've learned that you need to integrate best privacy practices into all of your workflows and plan and review these things continually. And if all this made sense to you, if you're like, hey, great, I got all this, old news, fellas, like please join CORE and help us write better privacy tools that will be useful for millions of people all over the world. And it's just going to be a continually growing need over the years. So check it out. More people make more better software.
And of course, I'm going to call back out the principles that Kevin had mentioned earlier. It's important to be transparent. It's important to collect little data. It's important not to store things that you don't need. It's important to keep your data safe. It's important to be accountable. It's important to write stuff down. I promise that's probably about that simple.
Oh yeah, easy peasy, right?
And most importantly, you don't attain compliance, you maintain compliance.
So with that, we'll take any questions in the few minutes we have left, if your brain isn't totally melted. Yeah, and step right up to the mics so that live stream can hear us.
You talked about WordPress core tools and all that. Do you know if the privacy team on WordPress has anything planned for like cookie policies and stuff like that?
Yeah, we spend a little bit, really briefly in that slide about core, talking a little bit about this. It is on the roadmap. We have some competing priorities because people have a lot of opinions on what we should do next. So if you're interested, at Contributor Day, I'll be talking about privacy. Come find me and we can talk.
And if you're using some tools that collect a lot of cookies, like say Jetpack, like Jetpack has a cookie policy builder that you can use. And hopefully we'll see more of those, not just in core, but with all of the big tools that people use in WordPress.
Hey, this is not a philosophy talk, so I know that this might be out of scope, but I was just curious, like, if you could go into a little bit more about what you see as the conflict between free speech and privacy, and like why you presented it as that kind of dichotomy.
So this is a common framework within how people talk about privacy in the United States. We tend not to prioritize privacy. In practice, we need to prioritize both. So I think free speech is just as important. I went to journalism school, I've worked in publications. I care about the topic of free speech probably even more than I care about privacy, and I like privacy a lot. As a whole, what we need to do is to protect the space of free speech. It's why I work in WordPress. That's why I think we all work in WordPress to an extent. And I think we need to continue to democratize publishing and whatever that means. So what makes WordPress better, I think at a core level, are things like privacy tools, are things like exposure of information of how these things actually work. It's training. It's keeping things in basic, simple language. It's documentation. It's preaching the stuff up here on my soapbox. Hopefully it's not a soapbox. But it's at the end of the day, it's hopefully getting you just as excited about the same exact things that I'm excited about. And hopefully you incorporating this into your agency workflows or your personal sites, telling your own local meetups, telling your own local WordCamps, and hopefully making an actual impact that changes the things we really care about.
But yeah, like definitions of what's personal and what's private and what's public interest and what's speech vary. But like the GDPR tried very hard to grapple with that, and the people who wrote it. There's a lot in there about exceptions for public interest in journalism, that it's about personal control and not about censorship. But it's a question we're going to have to continually answering. They're not in conflict necessarily directly, but they do definitely overlap and bounce back and forth. So.
Yeah, and calling it out, there are quite a few questions around who GDPR and CCPA serve and how the lobby structures work. And it's messy. Like, this is not a simple topic. And if it's something that really affects you, I'd say unpack, ask the questions, try to learn about what the big companies are doing, what the small companies are doing, and what the actual responsibilities are.
Question over here.
Do you have any resources for setting cookie policies that we could go look at to set our own cookie policies? For instance, I'm just about ready to release a plugin that sets 2 cookies with utterly anonymized information about a user generically. Nothing in any way relates back to the user, no IPs, no nothing, just to record when they viewed the site. And if another person uses their browser, it would act as if they were the first person. And I need to know, do I need to set some policies about this cookie usage? And I have no idea where to go look.
That's a good question. To not get into specific legal advice here is hard. But in general, like the more anonymous your data is, the fewer requirements you have for things like opt-in and checkboxes and things in the EU. But it will definitely help you to write the things down. And that will also will be something that your users of your plugin are probably looking for. It's like, hey, what are these cookies?
Exactly.
And if you can honestly say, hey, like we only know the browser fingerprint, then it's good to say that publicly somewhere.
Okay.
And additionally, sometimes there are things like shadow data, so recording times might actually indicate when someone logs into a profile. That might be useful for someone, that could be exposure. Understanding that data means something more is also quite critical. Yeah. And I think we have time for one last question, and we need to wrap up.
So I'm coming at this a little sideways. I work for a web accessibility company, and the parallels between privacy, thank you, and accessibility are always very striking. I mean, listening to the presentation, I was just like, yes. But, and in the accessibility community, we like to make the parallel because we assume that, of course, everybody accepts that privacy and security, like, you have to do that. But, you had the example of if your manager doesn't think it's important, or, in the US, we don't really care about it so much. I mean, do you find that that's the case, that convincing people to get behind these practices is kind of a struggle?
It depends.
Yeah, I think this is like the key driver for so many people. Like there's like, if I am a small business or I'm an agency and a client comes to me and says, I have X dollars, or like, this is what I need, or maybe I'm working for that company directly, which I've done in the past. And they say, we only have this time on a roadmap, what do we do? And they say, we want to make more money. That's what they always say. But making more money doesn't do anything. Right? The question is, what value will you ultimately deliver to a user? Like, making money doesn't mean anything. The question is, what will actually do the things that really move the needle? So if you're talking about performance, right? Like I mentioned this earlier. Yeah. Performance is a topic that we tend to lead with, but along the way we say, why do you really need to collect this data? It's silly. Like, it's not really going to help your users. It's going to make you become the slowest site in your vertical. In the case of accessibility, as you would know quite dramatically, if you have all of the requirements for WCAG, you rank much higher. Google also indicates that when you follow these things, you rank much higher as well. Right. So I usually lean quite heavily on positioning and ranking as part of the factoring, performance is part of the factoring, and also, like, at the end of the day, ethically, we don't need our websites to suck. Like, we really don't, and we have the opportunity to argue for the things we care about. And if we do it by design, it won't be that way by design.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think there's always like a bare minimum you could do to just kind of get by on accessibility or privacy. But I think early investment means that like iterating is really easy and really cheap. And I think for a lot of firms, like the GDPR has been clarifying. It's like, oh, let's really like dive deep on compliance here, and so that the next thing will be less. And I think if you're just kind of like doing the minimum, you're just kind of like floating by and reacting, that can actually like slowly be like a big time suck. And so, if you have the time, of course, time is in short supply at startups and things, but if you have the time, like if you can make an early investment in these things, it pays dividends for years.
And it's funny because the amount of times I've heard of someone saying, I heard about Section 508 and I need to do accessibility stuff. Oh my God, everything's on fire. I'm like, well, you've always had to do that. You just aren't following the rules. Right. Additionally, like, you've always had to follow SpanCam. You've always had to follow FERPA if you work in education. You've always had to follow HIPAA if you work in health. Like, this stuff is the law. So once someone finally realizes it's the law, they usually respond to it quite clearly, and it becomes that highest value business priority. Mm-hmm. Because shutting down your doors because you're breaking the law is much worse than not making more money.
Sure. All right. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for coming and caring.